Hey there guys, Gamer Jamie 111 here, and as you can see by the title as well as the video that is currently here, I have been watching this keynote speech by the I suppose he is still classed as an actor. He is still classed as a comic actor. He's clearly proven that he is no longer capable of either. But I was watching this and I took 2 pages of notes so far, and I'm only 3.5 minutes in. Now, my hand has started to cramp up because of the amount of writing that I've done. I'm not used to writing as much anymore. Mainly because I use the computer, I use my phone, things like that. So I'm a lot less likely to be writing a lot down. But I I've been taking the notes, and everything that he has said so far in the first 3.5 minutes, it's 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 completely staggering. Like the amount that I could like this was, I think, all within the first minute. I had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 points, all from within the first minute, and I had another 3 points from the other 2.5 minutes. Now the first 5 points was from the first minute and a half, and honestly, I'm not going to be taking any more notes. I'm just going to listen to his speech, and I'm going to be pausing every 10, 20 seconds, something like that. And I'm going to first off read from the notes that I've already put down, because I was going to do a big proper full on edited video, full on like it's not quite so much an attack video, but a what do you even call it? Like a fact check video of sorts. Because everything that he has said is wholly like anti-scientific in nature. Even just just for the first minute or so, like there is so much. Like even from the full first 3.5 minutes, there is so much that I had to leave out simply because like my video would have been like 3 days long, and I don't think you can upload a video that is either more than 12 hours or a specific file size to YouTube currently. I don't know the full details of it. So my videos would likely end up being like multiple like multiple hour long videos. So I'm just going to go back to reacting to it, and I'm going to start off with these notes, but I'm going to continue the rest of the video by adding notes as I go. I'm not going to be writing them down. I'm not going to be looking everywhere on the internet for like the either the facts, the figures, the data, any of that. I'm just going to be just replying to everything that he says. So I'm going to have a drink first and then we can get into it. Just the very first highlight point that I've got on here is the they them joke. So groundbreaking, so hilarious, though those pronouns have been singular as well as plural since their conception. So the mockery just proves his lack of understanding of basic English language. That is literally the very first thing he does before he properly says anything, so I'm just going to start there. So, let's get into it. Because this is done in conjunction with the LGB Alliance, which is an out and out anti-trans charity. They have recently announced a phone line of sorts, where essentially they take what they call sexually ambiguous teenagers, those who are 13 to 17. Funny how they never go beyond that, but never mind. But 13 to 17 is where they are aiming for, and they are basically going to push those 13 to 17-year-olds who may be somewhere on the queer spectrum, wherever that ends up being. It is going to be, you have to be L, G, or B. You cannot be anything else. You can't be trans. You can't be queer. You can't be intersex. You can't be asexual. So it's like, it just stupidity, essentially. And it is also a form of conversion therapy, converting those who are sexually confused into specific categories, and categories that they may not have even in a couple of years' time, the next year. So it's like they are trying to erase parts of our community, and it needs to be called out at every point. Now, I've already called James Dreyfus out quite a lot. His only clap back to me is, yeah, but haha, you're fat. And it's like, boy, you're literally fatter than me. Like, I've seen you a lot. You are clearly of a higher weight than me. So it's like, that's all he's got. Because I've come at him from a psychological aspect, because I spent 10 years being taught psychology. I came at him from a scientific point of view, because psychology is a scientific field. And I even came at him from a historical point of view, which is that, yes, it has always been LGB with the T. And that's because it used to be GLBT until around about 1988 or 89. I have forgotten which. It's one or the other. I think it was 88, because 89 is when Section 28 went into effect. Either way, it was GLBT because it was always, the men always come first. So it's always the gay men, then the lesbians, and then it was bisexuals, and then it was trans people, because they were always at the back, trailing behind. But in 1988, because of the lesbians stepping up during the HIV/AIDS crisis, they changed it from GLBT to LGBT, which it has been ever since, and it is still used today. It is just that LGBT has been expanded. At first it was LGBTA, and then it was it was LGBT plus, and then it was LGBTA, and then it was LGBTIA plus, and then it became LGBTQIA plus, and that is because our community is expanding with further understanding of just people in general. So I've always come at him from the psychological side, I've come at him from the scientific side, and I've always come at him from the historical side. And all he has in return now is, but haha, you're fat. And it's like, you're just proving my point, that all you're doing is you are agreeing with the oppressors because they give you the feeling of acceptance, but they never accept you. They're only accepting you because you're attacking the next in line. And this needs to be called out by everybody in this community. So it's like, even me, in university, my professor personally didn't accept trans people because he didn't understand it as far as, well, I've never felt like I was born in the wrong body, so I don't accept that side of it. But even he said, but there is way too much psychological evidence that points that, yes, being trans is a valid experience in life. So even though he was personally against trans people, he couldn't deny that there was just too much evidence that proved that being trans was a valid experience of life, and it was a valid expression. And that is because there are three main characteristics. Before I get into this, there are three main characteristics. That is your birth sex, your gendered expression, and your gender identity. Now, all three of them may align, and you may be a woman who is feminine and identifies as female, as a woman. So you are cisgendered feminine woman. Or you could be a male who is masculine and identifies as a man. You are a cisgendered masculine man. But there are always a born male, feminine expression, but still identify as a man. And you are a feminine man. Now, that femininity could come from being somewhere on the queer spectrum, but not always. And same with born female, is masculine, but identifies as a woman. So you are a masculine woman. So there is a lot of overlap, but then trans comes from, you were born a specific way, your expression may align, it may not, and your identity does not align with your birth sex, but it may align with your gendered expression. And I am a non-binary, masculine, assigned male at birth person. So I am a little bit more masculine. I obviously have, the beard. I wear predominantly male clothes. So my my three is assigned male at birth, masculine, non-binary. My identity is non-binary. So whilst those two align, this one doesn't. So there is all kinds of intersectionality that gets you from A to B. So it's hard to explain because I'd need hours and hours and hours, and I honestly don't have the spoons, and it is currently, I don't know where my phone is. Oh, there it is. It is currently 4:30 in the morning, and I just don't have the spoons to be able to go through it all. How long have I been recording? 16 and a half minutes, and I haven't even started the video properly yet. Oh, God. This is going to be a long one, so strap in. Don't strap on, because... oh, God. Yeah, I'm probably going to cut that out. And if I don't call attention to it in the comment section. Oh, I'm just going to go with this now. I'm going to keep one off because I don't want him in both of my ears because his voice annoys me now. But yeah, let's just get into this and just basically, there's no English caption, so I do have to listen to him, like focus in on listening to him. But yeah, I'm going to start off with these, and then once I've done all of my points on this, I'm going to leave it. Go.
Do her introduction. Did she say something rude about me? Yeah, she forgets I've got 15 minutes up here. All right, before I start, I have to do this. Otherwise, you just won't really be able to know.
This is the point that I was talking about, his they-them joke. Again, so groundbreaking, so hilarious. The pronouns have been around since the inception of those words as singular as well as plural. He is being pedantic for pedantic reasons, for pedantry reasons that I don't understand. It's just sad.
Who I am.
His whole, you won't know who I am, and it's like, you could have just put James Dreyfus. It would have had the exact same laugh. It's just obvious transphobia. And that is because non-binary does fall under the trans umbrella. Don't worry, that comes up very soon.
Can you all see? It's important. So. Right. Mass hilarity aside,
I didn't hear this when it first went through, mass hilarity. Really. He likes to think he's still a comic actor. Clearly, he's not.
I wasn't really sure how to begin this speech because everything seems to shift and change by the hour nowadays.
This was my second point. Yeah, a shift and change by the hour nowadays. Yes, welcome to how understanding progression works. Something fine an hour ago can be not fine now. Using gay as an insult was fine in the 2000s and 2010s, not in the 2020s. And that is because our understanding is that any form of derogatory speaking, that calling something gay as a negative, is a lot more weighted nowadays because of the ease of access of information. Just the ease of access of literally going into your phone and saying, why is calling something gay bad? And it'll come up with tons and tons and tons and tons of examples, and that is because that access to information is so readily available. It's literally in your pocket at all times, depending on who you are. So it's no longer an excuse to use those derogatory terms when you have the information literally in your pocket. So it's just, again, being pedantic for pedantry reasons that I do not understand. And a lot of the 3.5 minutes that I was able to get through, it was a lot of that.
But I'm just going to begin by saying that what I'm going to talk about today comes only from my personal experience and my personal experience alone.
This was my next point. He is going to be talking about what comes from his personal experience and his personal experience alone. And that is fine. But James, this is to you. Your attacks on trans people is similar to that against LGBT people, including straights throughout history, saying they had never had LGBT feelings personally, therefore deviation is not real, and they used religion to justify it and their attacks. And that includes any and all legislation that was made throughout history, some of which even you had to abide by. All of that was justified by straight people throughout history. At any point in history, you can go to before the 1960s when it was legalized in the UK, like in England specifically. It was a lot later for other parts of the country, but other parts of the United Kingdom, but for England specifically, it was 1967. Even then, straight people were saying, "Well, I don't get LGB feelings, so why should we legalize it for a small amount of people who do? Because they're a small amount of people. We're the majority. Why should we change it for a minority because we're the majority?" All of that was being, talked about while he was still a child. I think he was born in I could be wrong about this. I think he was born in like 1965 or something. So when he was a couple of years old, like they were trying to justify their attacks on LGBT people by saying, "Well, I don't get LGBT feelings, so why should I? Why should we allow LGBT people to be decriminalized?" So again, you saying that it is all from your personal experience when your personal experience is that of privilege because of not only your circumstances in terms of the fact that you are a white man and you were growing up at a time when being gay was the acceptable one, and deviation of most kinds were looked down on across the board. The only ones that were okay, I say okay, were gay and lesbian, and that is because, well, if you were a gay guy with a bunch of straight guys, you were less likely to steal a girl from them, and lesbians because, well, all straight men like watching lesbian porn. They hate lesbians if they see it in person, but they love watching it to, enjoy themselves. So, again, your personal experience is a hilarious, tiny, tiny sample pool. The majority of us have a much different upbringing. And I say this as a person who was born in the mid-90s and grew up in the 2000s. So,
as you well know, we are not one big, pink, homogeneous blob.
again, I did not hear this one. Yes, because we are a rainbow. We that is why the rainbow is our sign, is because we are a vast amount of deviations. We may be under the same like rainbow above us, but at the end of the day, there are so many deviations between us because we don't fit into the categories specifically. So again, just being pedantic for pedantry reasons that I do not understand.
We have differing opinions, thank God. We have differing politics. We have differing attitudes. We are all totally different people.
Yes, so why are you trying to, as the minority, why are you trying to talk over the majority? Because the majority of LGBT people are on the side of trans people, and that is because if you remove one part of our community, it's only a small hop, skip, and a jump until they wipe out the entirety of our community. So this is where James seems to be coming from, and it is a point of privilege. It is that he is a rich white man who happens to be gay, and he has found himself in a circle of people who like especially straight people who accept him, but only accept him to a degree, simply because he hates the same people they hate. And it is the best way that I describe it with him is the 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 fact that he misses being the like the minority on the chopping board, but he enjoys the privilege of acceptance. Like as we get further along, our community is supposed to make it like as we get further up the ladder, our community and the communities that come before us are supposed to be making the ladder stronger as we get up for the next set of people that are going to come up behind us. But he is willing to cut off the ladder behind LGB to cut off the trans people instead of making the ladder stronger for them to climb up. But he's not noticing that while he's cutting off the ladder for them, they're cutting the ladder off for... and they're cutting the ladder off ahead of him. And that is because they never separate to discriminate. They only separate when they use James, who is what is described as a useful idiot. Now, that's not a dig at his intelligence or his any of that. It is literally the terminology, a useful idiot, where they pick somebody from a minority group and say to them, oh yeah, as long as you hate all of this part of the minority group, we'll accept you. But then they'll do things that actually separate you from them. And that is because they will never see you as equals. They just see you as useful enough to get rid of most of the community, whatever community that ends up being. And they use you until they've got what they need to do in order to get rid of you. And that is what being a useful idiot is. My main point of reference is people like Blair White, an anti-trans woman who says that you have to be the right kind of trans person to be acceptable for her, whatever that means. James Dreyfus, again, who is a gay man who was attacking the LGBTQIA plus community because they are refusing to cut off the TQIA plus and stick to being LGB, even though people from outside of our community are trying to cut us all off. And then there's Brianna Wu, another trans woman who is... I don't fully understand where she comes from because she flip-flops so much that some days she is another Blair White, but some days she is a fierce trans rights activist, but then she's not, because you've got to be the right kind of trans person. Again, she flip-flops so much. As well as Candace Owens, a black woman who has a lot of disparaging remarks about black people and women. So she is a double useful idiot. She's incredibly smart, but again, she was used as a useful idiot. So again, that is not an attack on his specific like intelligence or their intelligence, anybody's intelligence. It is just literally the terminology. So, like, I don't know how he isn't seeing this, because it's clear to see. Like, it's just so blatant, and he just refuses to see it. And again, that is because he is coming from a place of privilege. He loves the feeling of acceptance, but he hates the feeling of not being the bottom, like the bottom rung of the ladder. So that I think that is where he is coming from. Anyway, let's carry on.
The only connection we have with each other, bar friendships and a lot of support, is the fact that we are same-sex attracted or partial to a little bit of both.
Okay, this was my next one. This was my next point. That we are same-sex attracted or partial to a little bit of both. Now, the LGBTQIA plus acronym is now more commonly known to be an umbrella acronym, with umbrellas underneath for where you specifically land. Now, examples that I've got is femme lesbians, butch lesbians, femme gay men, masc gay men. There are even some women who don't identify as a lesbian, more so as gay women. There are trans men who can still identify as a lesbian, and there are trans women who still identify as gay, and vice versa, where there are trans men who identify as gay and trans women who identify as lesbian, and that is simply because their desired gender is where they are coming from. They are not coming from their former gender. They are not looking at it as, oh, I was assigned male at birth, therefore I'm a straight man. It is more so, I was assigned male at birth, but I am a woman. You know, I have done the hormone therapy, I have had the surgeries, I have done all of this. And even if they haven't done the majority of it, if any at all, they are still looking at themselves as women. Therefore, they are looking at the sexuality from their desired gender point of view. So, therefore, trans women are lesbians, and that is where the acronym is an umbrella term, because there are lesbian cis women and lesbian trans women. Now, there are cis women who will not sleep with trans women, and vice versa. There are a lot of trans lesbian relationships with other trans lesbians, so it does not negate their lesbianness, but it also does not negate the lesbianness if a cis woman does sleep with a trans woman, because they are both attracted to women. Who they are attracted to is another woman. So, the same with being gay and gay men and trans men. Gay trans men. There can be some gay trans men who end up in relationships with other gay trans men. But there are also gay cis men who end up in relationships with gay trans men. It does not negate their gayness. It does not make them bisexual, and forcing bisexuality onto a gay cis man who is in a relationship with a gay trans man makes it forcing bisexuality onto either or both of them is not only biphobic, but it is also a form of bi-erasure, because those gay cis men and gay trans men will end up despising bisexuality, which in and of itself is another umbrella term, because there are bisexual women, bisexual men, there are pansexual, that comes under the bisexual umbrella. So it's like it forcing bisexuality onto a gay cis man or a gay trans man is going to lead to biphobia and bi-erasure. There is never anything wrong with being bisexual. A lot of people are, and a lot of the a lot of the evidence is pointing to that bisexuality might actually be the default, and deviation in one way or the other, whether you are more queer or more hetero, that is the deviation. And you are bisexuality is natural from the beginning. So again, it just reeks of that he doesn't understand anything about our community, about our history, about any of the studies that is going on, all of which that I had to understand as a psychology student who majored and specifically words are hard. I specialized. That's the word. I specialized in LGBTQIA plus mental health and treatments, and I even had minored in people of color mental health and treatments, because there is overlap between LGBTQIA plus mental health and people of color mental health, and they may not be direct, but there is enough of a link that is why our communities are so heavily connected. So I had to understand all of this when I was learning about all of this. I spent 10 years studying it. I spent 10 years being taught and specializing in LGBTQIA plus mental health and treatments, and that included helping trans people who may not have been binary trans, but were somewhere in the middle, whether that is gender fluid or whether that is non-binary or agender or bigender, trigender, any of the other trans umbrella terms. So all of this was taught to me between 2009 and 2019. Like, all of it. But he seems to be coming from a point of, well, I don't want to learn. Like, I don't want to speak to somebody who identifies with that specific identity. And that is the point that we are trying to push back on, because there are so much intersectionality between the LGB part as well as the TQIA plus part. That is why our community is so tightly connected, and it is even more connected because being LGBT as well as TQIA plus, we're both connected in the DSM 1 through 4. 4 copies of the Diagnostics and Statistics Manual for Mental Health Disorders had being homosexual and having a transgender identity completely linked. So when they removed homosexuality, they also removed having a transgender identity. So they were linked in the mental health diagnostics and statistics manual. So even the scientific boards know that they are extremely linked. So the fact that he's basically, how do I say this without, technically defaming him, because it's not verbatim, but effectively he is shit on my psychology education simply because he refuses to understand the psychological aspect of being LGB and TQIA plus. So again, it just leads to more he refuses to understand. And I've given him plenty of chances to be like, look, I will come down to London. I will spend an entire day with you. I will try and teach you everything that I know about it. And again, all he does is, yeah, but haha, you're fat. Because all he replies to me is pig gifs. And that's because he's got no comeback. And he's done that thousands of times at this point. Like, it's his only joke. And no matter who tries to and prove him wrong, he doesn't try to attack them as much as he does me by the looks of it. Now, I could be wrong. Again, this is just going off basic scrolling through his Twitter feed, which I don't want to do a lot of, because it is so incredibly frustrating. But occasionally his tweets will come across my timeline and I feel compelled to reply to them because they are so incredibly misinformed that I'm trying to give him the information, and all he has as a comeback is, but you're fat, with a pig gif. Because he's not saying that I'm as smart as a pig, because, well, pigs are one of the smartest animals. So he's definitely not saying that. He's not saying that I smell like one, because I bathe daily. I bathe twice a day. So I know for a fact that I do not smell like one. I bathe twice a day, and I have deodorant on at all times. I currently whiff a little bit, but that is because I haven't washed yet before I go to bed. So that aside, so what does that leave left when he replies to me a pig gif? It's simple. You look like a pig. The only thing that I can derive from that is you look stereotypically what we call picky humans, which is people who are fat. And I'm not denying that I am chubby. You know, I'm currently like 15 stone. I'm not denying that. I'm not denying that I have a stomach. I'm not denying that I don't have bingo wings, because I do. And that is because, you know, people's weight fluctuates. But again, it goes back to your only point now is to attack someone's looks. That means you've got nothing left. You've got no argument. So your only argument is, yeah, but you look this way, you look that way, you look like this, you look like that. It just proves that all of my intellectual arguments are too much for him, because he doesn't have anything else. When somebody goes from, you know, a saying, nobody gives me a fair debate, and I give him a fair debate, and all he has in reply is, yeah, but you look like this, you look like that. That shows that the intellectual side of my argument is too much for him to refute. So he goes to personal attacks. It just proves that everything that we are saying, because I don't say anything from my personal opinion, even though I could. I don't say anything from my personal friend group's opinions, even though I could. I only ever stick to facts, figures, data, and statistics, all of which have been independently verified and independently replicated. So they have been able to independently replicate all of the statistics, so they know that, yes, there is something there, which is why they are doing a lot more studies now into whether being trans is as innate to a person's identity as being L, G, or B is. And it is. It is as innate as that, which is why our communities are so closely linked. So, again, it just reeks of he refuses to listen to anybody educated, because it just proves that he's not coming from a good faith point of view. He is coming at it from a point of privilege. So, again, it's just even more proof against everything that he's saying here. But we carry on.
Is the fact that we are same-sex attracted or partial to a little bit of both.
Another thing that I want to add here is that yes, some of us have genital preferences for sex, but a lot of us are attracted to the gender norms rather than sex-based characteristics. Whilst yes, there are some alignments, again, genital preferences exist, but to insinuate that like trans people to be gay and sleep with a trans man is to be straight is sort of implying that trans men are not ever going to be recognized as men. Therefore, them sleeping with a gay man is, by implication, nefarious. And that is where it always goes back to, which is that being trans is to have nefarious purposes, which it's not. There are hundreds and hundreds and thousands and thousands and thousands of evidence that whilst, yes, there are some trans people who have done nefarious things, proportionally, it is more likely to be a cisgendered white man who causes it. And cisgendered white men are the cause, or the primary cause, of a lot of assaults. Whether it's... I don't want to censor myself, because at the end of the day, it is a heavy topic. But I also know that this is YouTube. Like, this is going to end up being pushed in the algorithm, and some of it might end up being, pushed at the wrong people. So I also know that I don't want to be, crass. But at the end of the day, all of the statistics are saying that it is cisgendered, predominantly white males who are causing a lot of the SAs. And to imply that predominantly trans women are part of that group is incredibly bad faith, because they are not. They are their own category, and they are 4 times more likely to be the victim of said assault than their cisgendered counterparts. So, trying to imply that trans women are just men dressing up to assault women is to completely disregard all of the women, all of the trans women who are victimized by cisgendered men. And that is where we need to make sure that all of this information comes out, because otherwise he is just James and others like him, especially LGB Alliance, are just going to run with it. And even the charity GAG, Gays Against Groomers, one of their founding members, Ariel Scarcella, apparently she groomed a now trans man when that trans man was still identifying as female. So it's like a lot of these accusations come from a form of projection. So a lot of it is just projected confessions, because that is how projections work. Every accusation is a projected confession. That is what MAGA, especially Donald Trump, and J.D. Vance and other MAGA Republicans like them do. Like, they call, Donald Trump specifically called trans women a danger to women, even though he is legally liable for SA and rape. But then you have, like, him calling all Mexicans, I forget his exact words, but they were all criminals and rapists. But then he has got 34 34 counts of felon charges, and he is legally liable for the SA and rape of E. Jean Carroll. E. Jean Carroll? Was that her name? E. Jean something, I've forgotten her last name. But yeah, he is both a convicted felon and legally liable for rape. So it's like, yes, that is a form of projected confession, because every accusation is a projected confession with people like him. And again, Gays Against Groomers has a founder who is I'm not saying legally liable, but the person that I follow on Twitter has accused Ariel Scarcella of being a groomer. She is a founder of Gays Against Groomers, and she allegedly is one. It's, again, a projected confession as an accusation. Anyway, carry on.
Some of us lived through an extremely dark, horrific period. The loathing, the hatred, the fear, the eternal presence of harm or worse.
This harm is still happening nowadays. The prejudice against LGBTQIA plus people across the board is still prevalent. I have been called the F slur predominantly for this. I have been called queer because this. So it is it is again just trying to use his point of privilege as a rich white man who is a public figure and therefore has acceptance as a public figure to say, well, this is all of us. And it's like, no, it's not all of us. All of us still get called the F slur, the D slur for lesbians. Some people still get called queer. And queer is, or at least it was, a slur, but now it is being reclaimed as a term of empowerment. I am a queer person. I am in the queer community. And that gives me empowerment. So, again, he is trying to say that his personal experiences as a public figure gay man is basically all of us, because he hasn't experienced the levels of attacks that we do, because we don't have that level of fame in order to get the acceptance that he has. So again, it's just being pedantic for pedantry reasons that I don't understand, and I would love to sit down with him and find out why he is trying to be pedantic, but he'll never agree to that. So I probably will never know.
The fear, the eternal presence of harm or worse. AIDS brought devastation to our door, which will...
This was my next highlighted point. Yes, the AIDS epidemic did bring it to our door, and that is why that is why we don't forget those who both were discriminated against, but also those that we lost, and those who are still living with it. And that is because those lesbians who stood up for gay men and trans women, because it mainly affected gay men and trans women, at that time we honoured the lesbians with coming first in the acronym. It used to be GLBT rights, and then in 1988 it was changed to LGBT rights, to honour the lesbians that stood up and donated blood for our rights and for acceptance and help, medical help specifically, when the Prime Minister at the time, Maggie Thatcher, literally said, "I wash my hands of them." She said that about AIDS, HIV and AIDS victims, but also about the Northwest, specifically Liverpool. And that dismissal never ever goes away. Whether you are a HIV AIDS survivor who lived through the epidemic, whether you are HIV AIDS current diagnosed with person, or whether you are from Liverpool, or even if you are from the north and you lived through poverty during that time, because that level of dismissal, especially when she says, "I wash my hands of them," it others those who she doesn't see as acceptable enough for her. And we never forget that, and we never will. So that is why we honour lesbians with putting them first in the acronym, but that is also why we added the black stripe specifically onto the pride flags, to honour those that we lost to HIV and AIDS. So every time you see a rainbow flag with the black and brown stripes, the black stripe is for those that we lost to HIV and AIDS, and the brown stripe is for the people of colour who are even more marginalised than white queer people. So that is why we updated it specifically for, I think it was the 20th anniversary of the start of the epidemic. If I'm remembering correctly, I think it was the 20th anniversary. They added the black stripe and the brown stripe in order to honor those two specific groups, because HIV and AIDS took a lot of people, but it also still affects predominantly people of color, even to this day. So that is why they wanted to honor those two groups specifically by adding those two stripes. And those two stripes went on to the I forget what it was called, but it was the flag that was before the progress flag, which added the like the triangle with the trans flag onto it, before they then added the intersex flag into that trans flag triangle bit, which is what we use today as the progress flag, pride flag. So his trying to say that all of this is a bygone bigotry is just laughably stupid on the face of it. But then when you get into like the actual specifics, it gets even more laughably stupid, his comments, because HIV and AIDS is still prevalent today. It still predominantly affects people of color, but it still also affects everybody. There are plenty of white queer people who are HIV positive. Some of them even had it since the epidemic. So it's just laughably stupid on the face of it, but then once you get into the specifics, it gets even more laughably stupid. But I've got a feeling that is going to be the takeaway from the rest of this video. So I'm just going to get used to it. I'm just going to try and ignore some of the laughable stupidity and just deal with it as we go. So let's go.
It was back then a rather closed off, intentionally furtive, cloaked world. Let me just read out a tweet I put out at the beginning of this year of my own personal observation as to how we arrived here. It's not definitive by any means, but it'll give you an idea.
Yes, it is not definitive by any means, but you are still portraying it as if it is definitive. And that is where we have the disconnect, James. That is why people call you out, because you are trying to portray your specific circumstances as if they are definitive. And when people try and say, but that wasn't my upbringing, that wasn't my experience, that wasn't my education, that wasn't my pathway, all you do is, well, you're just being this, you're just doing that, you dismiss it, and you go and you support places like LGBT Alliance, which in and of itself is an anti-LGBTQIA plus charity using the acceptance of LGBT people against trans people, even though we are always and have always been a community together. You are trying to other parts of the community simply because you don't understand that part of the community, and you refuse to understand that part of the community. So it just leads into that you are trying to portray it as though it is definitive when it is not. It is your personal experience, and I'm not denying that you may have had some form of bigotry in your upbringing. You may not have. I am never going to deny your specific upbringing, but when you try and deny other people their specific upbringing, that is when we have an issue. So, like, you are trying to be definitive, but you say you're not being definitive, but everything that you've done and said has been more on the definitive side. So you can't have it both ways. Like, you can't have it be definitive but then say, oh, well, I'm not being definitive. You can't have it both ways. It just will not work like that.
Here. It's not definitive by any means, but it'll give you an idea of where I'm coming from. Very dry. After homosexuality was decriminalised, 1967 for UK, 1980 for Scotland, and 1982 for Northern Ireland, after decades of being arrested, feared, beaten up, loathed, and truly marginalised, after HIV wretchedly and terrifyingly tore through our lives of so many LGBT people, we gain gradual tolerance, then acceptance.
This was what I had next.
And then we gain gradual tolerance, then acceptance.
Right. The next bit is going to be my next point, but this point first about how, like, we gained tolerance and acceptance. Tolerance and acceptance, like the Prime Minister at the time, Maggie Thatcher, criminalising under Section 28 any talk of LGBT issues, which you had to abide by even on your own shows. Things like Gimme 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 could not say like that he was gay before the watershed. And that is because of the off chance that any child was still up to watch it. And that Section 28 lasted until 2003, which was 2 years after his final episode of Gimme 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 aired. This was when I was growing up. I was born in the mid-90s. 2003 was when I was still single digits, but I was becoming aware of myself. I was becoming aware that I was not interested in girls at the time. And even though the Section 28 was lifted in 2003, it wasn't until 2010 when I first heard of like a same-sex relationship being discussed in school. Now, I was in high school at that point. It took them 7 years to get to the point of talking to almost graduating high schoolers about homosexuality. I was very well aware that I was not interested in girls when this was lifted. It wasn't until, again, 2010 that I first heard about homosexuality being an option. Now, obviously, that has changed since. There is a lot more openness about LGBTQIA plus issues in school across the board. And that can be from, people going to the school who happens to have two mothers or two fathers, or, including a person a kid who's got a single mother who has girlfriends, or like a single father who has boyfriends, or anywhere on the spectrum, wherever the issues are concerned. Like, the tolerance has built up since 2010. Before that, it was not talked about very much, if at all. And before 2003, between 1988-89 to 2003, it was not talked about at all. All talks of it was reduced to either post-watershed or in very, very hushed tones around children. Even if those children were born into LGBTQIA plus families, like if that child had two mothers or that child had two fathers, they were not allowed to talk about that. And if that child had, for example, a gay uncle, they were never allowed to talk about their gay uncle to that child. So, again, it's just removing a lot of context from it. Now, I know that he said he only has a 15-minute speech, which, yes, you are going to have to leave a lot out. But to not acknowledge the biggest thing to happen to LGBTQIA plus people since the decriminalizations, it just speaks volumes to where he is trying to weave the narrative. Because, again, he was working during the Section 28 stuff. I think it was called The Thin Blue Line or something. That came out, I think it was in the mid-90s, early to mid-90s. I could be wrong about that, but I think it was a couple of years before Gimme 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 started. Gimme 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 was towards the tail end, but it was still during Section 28. Thin Blue Line was during Section 28, both of which he would never have been allowed to say the words, "I am gay," without then at the end of that episode, and because every episode of him in Gimme 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 was him being gay, whether that was him trying to get a boyfriend or whether that was him talking about gay issues, that would have had to have been at the end of every single episode. He would have had to come to the screen, like come to the camera and say, everything in tonight's episode was dramatized, and everything that I've said, I do not condone it. I do not encourage it. I do not. Basically, he would have had to apologize for being gay on TV, and that is the kind of restrictions Section 28 had on productions back then. EastEnders had the first gay kiss in 1988. They didn't have another one until well after 2003. And I even had an example here. People like Paul O'Grady as a gay man drag queen as Lily Savage on primetime on Blankety Blank was just about acceptable, because it was on at around about 8 p.m, where young kids were expected to be in bed. If not, it was on the parents if those kids saw Lily Savage. And that is why I will always have immense respect for Paul O'Grady and Lily Savage, because Paul O'Grady and Lily Savage had that prime time slot. Yes, it was on at 8 p.m, but it was still prime time, and that's because it allowed some people to get a glimpse into, okay, so being gay isn't all that bad. Being LGBTQIA+ isn't all that bad. And that eventually led to the repeal and upending of Section 28, which led to TV shows being able to have LGBTQIA+ characters without having to, at the end of that episode, say either we don't condone being this or putting it after Watershed. So it just shows where he is trying to spin the narrative, and where he is trying to weave everything so that you follow it to a specific point. It is not being like factual and objective. It is omitting facts in order to be subjectively directional. And that is because he wants you to follow him to a specific endpoint. And his omission of facts is deliberate, because he wants you to get to that point. He doesn't want you to take all of the facts, mull it over, and come to your own opinion, which might be diametrically opposed to his. But he wants you to be exactly where he is. And because I do have that psychology education, as well as just the pure history, I am diametrically opposed to him. And that is because, at the end of the day, I do know more about it than him. I had to teach him his own history that he lived through, not him personally, because I will never tell him about his own life. I just mean it as in him as a gay man. He does not understand LGBT history. And it is clearer and clearer every single time I see videos like this, or I see another one of his tweets come across my feed. He does not understand the history and the historical significance of keeping our community together. He just loves that he is being accepted as a gay man, but he doesn't want the acceptance for the next group that comes along. That is why people like there was a senator in America, a black senator, Senator Lewis. John Lewis, that was it. He was one of the key figures in ending legalized racial segregation in the United States, and he was the front runner of saying, I can't remember his exact words, but he said that blacks and gays and lesbians have similarities in their struggles. So why would I want civil civil rights for one group but not the other? So that is why I'll find it, in fact. Because he was very I think this was it.
Oh, this is nice, Alice.
Oh. Hang on. What's this say?
Indeed, I have. And each time was memorable. You always mixed with, one of the years old. Together, they challenged throughout his pancreatic cancer. Yes, this morning shows how little in 6 decades.
We still have work to do.
Congressman John Lewis was the young. He helped organize. Means there is 2 years from Selma. A day. Desegregation.
I meant getting in good trouble, necessary trouble.
Days after a house. Mass shooting in 2016, Lewis led an unprecedented sit-in on the floor of the House, trying and failing to secure votes for gun control legislation. On Capitol Hill, Lewis was one of the few lawmakers left, universally admired on both sides of the aisle. In part, for simple moments like this one. Last year, at the height of the impeachment fight.
I can't seem to find it. But and I do remember him saying something about that. This is not verbatim, but he said something about blacks and gays and lesbians having similar struggles, so so why would he want civil rights for one group but not the other? And then he went on to basically laud his Wikipedia might be on there, because he was originally against LGBTQIA plus rights, but after he was basically talked to about like where there are intersectionalities, he became a staunch like civil rights across the board like advocate. And I can't seem to find it. I do remember this happening though. I will probably have to edit the video into this somehow, because I've wasted a lot of time on this. But he was one of the early advocates for civil rights across the board. And he was initially against LGBT rights, but after being told how their struggles are so similar and how the segregation of both are so similar, he became a staunch, like, a huge civil rights advocate for both groups and groups across the board. So, like, he was willing to get educated on it. And once he did become educated on it, he came to his own conclusion that, hang on, yes, it is what all of the scientists have said. It is what all the of science is saying. It is what all of these people are saying. It's not what they're saying that I used to believe. It's what all of these are saying. So it did just point out where he is trying to lead you, and he is trying to lead you over to this way. But the true reality is it's over here. So it's diametrically opposed. He knows that, but he is refusing to accept that. Is where I was going with all of that.
And then finally, equality. We enjoy a relatively peaceful 10 to 15 year period. And
this was my next point. The 10 to 15 year peaceful period. During the 2000s and 2010s, gay was used as a slur and was derogatory because being gay was only just getting talked about and taught. And homophobes were rampant. And to this day, people still shout the F slur at anyone who deviates from presumed masculinity, and the D slur from anybody who deviates from presumed femininity. I still get it because I have dyed hair, even when it's masculine colours like blue or red, let alone when it is traditionally feminine colours like pink or purple, like it is currently. It's currently pink, and I was at the supermarket and I got called the F slur. I got called an effing F slur queer. And that is in the year of our Lord 2025. There has never been a peaceful period unless you were a public figure. And you, as a public figure, you likely had some form of security, whether that was literal security in that you like went to places like for film stars premieres, or whether it was for like pop stars or singers, whatever. It was to concerts where there was security all over the place. Either way, they had security in those places, and even if it was going from like their house to a studio or house to set for actors, it was still secure in that you were being picked up and dropped off. Now, that is a level of security that someone like me does not have. I don't have the security of having, like a bodyguard to look after me. I don't have the security of somebody picking me up and taking me where I need to go and then bringing me back. I don't even have the security of having somebody to bring in my shopping for me. So anything that I do, I have to be prepared that I am going to be attacked at any point. It could be that I go to the front door to take in a parcel. I could go to the front door to take in food deliveries. I go to the front door to pick up a takeaway. Anything. I have to be prepared when I go to the front door that yes, I could be attacked by the person delivering whatever it is I'm having delivered. And when I go out of the house, whether it's to go shopping, whether it's to go visiting family, whether it's to go anywhere else about my day-to-day life, I have to be prepared that yes, I could very well be attacked at any point. I could be attacked at multiple points. So this is something that somebody who does not have the luxury of a security team or a security measure as somebody in the public eye would have, this is something that we have to consider every time we go out. And it is 1,000 times worse if you are a queer woman. Because not only do you have to go out expecting to be attacked for being queer, but you also have to go out being prepared for, again, these cisgendered straight men to potentially SA and grape you. Like, these are realities that those of us who do not have his public figure status and security that comes with that have to live with. So, again, it just leads into more of that he is coming at this from a public figure point of view. He is not coming at this from the average everyday person or the average everyday queer reality. So it does not matter. I could get my hair completely cut off. I could get a buzz cut. I could go completely natural. But I will still get called the F slur. I will still get called queer. I will still get called all kinds. Because I deviate from the presumed masculinity. And him as a public figure, he also attacks me by attacking what I look like, specifically with pig gifs. Now, I know it is not the biggest thing in the world. It doesn't bother me at the end of the day, but it's the principle of it. And it also feeds into the toxic the toxic side of being gay, which is that you have to look a specific way, otherwise you are not a good representation of being gay. So and that is largely true of people who are larger. whether that is larger because you are like overweight, larger because you are like your mass is just naturally larger, whatever the case may be, it leads into the toxic side of being gay, which is that if you are not a skinny, uh, either skinny and pretty, or you are not hunky and you don't have muscles on top of muscles, then you are not good enough to be a gay. Or you are not good enough to be part of the gay community. It's just toxic exclusion. And that is what he is feeding into. Even though he is both the perpetrator as well as he is literally just describing himself. The only thing that he can't call me is old, and that is because I am not old. I'm almost 30, but I am not what is deemed old in the gay community, which is anybody over the age of 45. And since James is closing in on his 60s, he is deemed in the toxic gay community as an oldie, which is that anybody too old is not relevant enough to matter, essentially. That is the only thing that he cannot say about me that is true of him. So it just furthers all of my points that I have said so far. There we go. I thought my headphones are turned off. Anyway, let's carry on.
We enjoy a relatively peaceful 10 to 15 year period. And equality was what was promised. And it was delivered.
This is my very last point that I had written down. Equality that was promised and an equality that was delivered. LGBTQIA plus people have never been seen as equals because bigots target us all the time, from slurs to harassment to violence to laws being made against our equalities. There have been measures to try to equalize us, but the bigotry always wins out, as proven by America. They removed trans rights and are now looking at removing gay marriage rights. That was the last point that I had written down, and it is the most potent point on the list, in that bigots have never seen us as equal. Bigots will never see us as equal. They still call us slurs. They still call us, they still harass us online. They still are violent towards us. They are still, trying to make laws against us. They still discriminate against us in that, places, who refuse service to LGBTQIA plus people who are obviously LGBTQIA plus, and that is because they want the homogeny. They don't want the diaspora. They don't want everybody to be unique. They don't want everybody to be as far-reaching as it can be. They want everybody to fit into little boxes for their comfort. And the only people who are wanting that homogeny are racist, misogynistic, homophobic, transphobes. And all four of them are directly linked, because it always goes back to the very same point: protect the kids. The misogyny aspect of protect the kids is that, well, the women belong in the home. They have to be there for their children. So protect the kids by keeping the women at home. That was the misogynistic view of protect the children. The racist point of protect the children was, well, I don't remember the exact words for it, but it was a lot of, well, if the black people move into the neighborhood, then the white children are going to be scared of going outside of their house. They're going to be scared to go into, go and play out. That was the racist aspect of it. Now, the homophobic and transphobic ones are directly linked, because they are using the exact same rhetoric, in that homosexuals and trans people are coming for your children. They want to turn your children gay or trans. They want to sexually assault your children. They want to attack your children. They want to be given access to your children so that they can make them gay or trans, or they can sexually assault them. And none of that is true. So the only people who want that homogeny are never going to accept any of those four aspects, because they don't care about women. They don't care about people of colour. They don't care about the LGBTQIA plus community. They've proven that time and time and time and time and time and time and time again by all of their actions. They might say, okay, well, you can be gay, you can be black, you can be trans, just don't do it around me. Don't do it around this group of people. Don't do it around that group of people. And a lot of what he says as well, which LGB Alliance sort of parrots. 1 second. Is that trans women are straight men. Like, all trans women are straight men who are going into women's spaces to attack them, which scapegoats men by lumping all of men's issues onto trans women. And I'm not denying that there are some who have done that stuff, but not to the extent that cisgendered men have done it. And then the other thing that they say about trans women, and that they are all gay men, and they are transing the gay away. Sort of using our own attacks, using the attacks on gay people specifically, and specifically with gay conversion therapy, praying the gay away. Apparently they're transing the gay away. They're not. So this sort of points out the hypocrisy. Either let's for a second say that trans women are men who are just dressing up. They are not. They never will be. Do not ever take my words out of context in that respect. But for this thought experiment, let's say they are men who are dressing up as women. If they are all straight men, then you are fundamentally missing the point. Straight men are the issue. Or if they are all gay men, then there is no issue of them attacking women to begin with. So it's a hypocrisy. You can't have both of them at the same time, especially when you say all trans women are straight men and all trans women are gay men. You can't have that level of hypocrisy in the same sentence, especially when you are trying to use this rhetoric as a point of protecting women and girls, because what you are doing is actually allowing it to the point that in America right now, there is a potential bill that is going to be put on that if a parent thinks that a child is trans, then it doesn't even have to be just the parent. It could even be the teacher. What would then have to be done is a genital inspection on that child, on a child. So that is the level that it is going to, and that is going to embolden a lot of the actual issue, which is cis, straight, white men. And cis, straight, white men who are not abusers have to start calling out other cis, straight, white men, because that is the only way that there is actually going to be anything done, is when, unfortunately, the right voices get involved. And that is why I'm using my voice as a white assigned male at birth person to move to try and move the needle forward in any way that I can, as much as I can. And that is because at the end of the day, unfortunately, we do live in a world where, yes, my voice as a white assigned male at birth person is going to be listened to a lot more than somebody who is not that. Whatever their specific identity is, unfortunately, it isn't not going to be listened to as much as mine would be. Now, I am a minority because I am, queer. So there is that barrier. But my assigned sex at birth and my skin colour is going to be listened to a lot more than somebody who does not have my skin colour or my assigned sex at birth. So there is always going to be, we need the right voices to speak up for us, because we are always going to be at a disadvantage. So that is why we need more people to speak out on what the actual issues are, rather than scapegoating the people that they don't understand and refuse to understand. And that is why I love that we have some cis, straight, white men who are allies to not just the LGB, but the TQIA plus as a whole. And they are speaking out against other cis, straight, white men who are the leading cause of a lot of the issues. So that's what I have to say about that point. In that equality promised and equality given to us, it has not been given to us. Again, measures have been put in place, but not enough measures have been put in place. So,
And we wanted no more, no less.
That's a bit misleading. We wanted no more, no less. Yes. And we did. LGBT people did not want any more or any less. But they still understood that, yes, we may have gotten it in places like the UK and Ireland, America, Canada, some places like Mexico, and Australia, a lot of predominantly white countries, but there are still places like a huge portion of Africa, perhaps not all of it, but a huge portion of Africa. There is stuff in the Middle East, predominantly Arabic countries, that still have restrictions on it. There are some places in even Eastern Europe, like Russia, like I think I think Ukraine still has some restrictions, not as much, but I think Ukraine still has some restrictions. I think Poland still has some restrictions. The Czech Republic, I think they only recently lifted theirs. There are some places in Asia, specifically China and Japan to an extent now, not fully, but Japan is a little bit more conservative. They are more more conserved about being open about a lot of stuff, but they only recently announced that denying a gay marriage is against their equivalent of the Constitution. I forget what it's called, but effectively denying a gay marriage is against their Constitution, and therefore effectively gay marriage is now legal in Japan. Thailand as well. They only recently allowed the start of gay marriage. I think it was towards the end of 2024, the beginning of 2025. Places like the Philippines, they have a lot of I don't know the specifics, but there is a lot of a lot of conserved views on homosexuality and being LGBTQIA+. So, again, there is a lot of places that could do with it being a little bit more in line with places like America, the UK, and Ireland, and Australia, and other places, but they are not. That is why we stay fighting until there is equality everywhere. So saying we want no more, no less is only relevant in countries where there is legislation and measurements that have been done to bring equality closer to being truly equal. So it is just, again, omitting basic facts in order to spin a specific narrative. Anyway.
Then Stonewall et al. Added letters.
Stonewall et al. Did not add letters. Stonewall initially omitted some of the letters, specifically the B and the T, until more people were like, no, look, we are bisexuals, we are trans, you know, like, you have to, like, include us. So they did. And again, it enforces a specific narrative that he is trying to convey to you. And it wasn't Stonewall who added letters even when it became LGBTA, or when it became LGBTIA, or when it became LGBTQIA. At the end of the day, that was not Stonewall. That was the community at large incorporating the other letters because they deserved to be part of the acronym. Now, a lot of people still use LGBT, which is fine. It covers the four main sections. A lot of people say LGBT plus, which covers the main four sections, but it also accepts and acknowledges that there is more to it. So for him to go to LGB and screw everything afterwards is him trying to exclude from the inclusiveness. And our community is all about inclusivity. No matter where you fall on the spectrum, no matter where you fall, in terms of your looks, your expressions, your sexuality, your gender identity, your anything. No matter where you fall on the queer spectrum, you are part of our inclusive community. And to exclude a huge chunk of those that do not either fall as lesbian, gay, or bisexual, that just basically says it's just us three, nobody else. Everybody else, I don't want you part of our community. And that is exclusion at its rawest form, and it should not be allowed. Because excluding anybody means that you are you are willing to be excluded. You are willing to be excluded and othered, because that is what you will be from cis heteronormativity standards. You will always be othered. And you othering a huge chunk of our community is you saying, well, they're other. We're just other. They're other. So you are basically admitting that, yes, we are not equal to them because they have this, and this. We are this. So it's like, it just shows a massive disconnect of the truth, honestly. And it always goes back to that. It is just a massive disconnect of the truth and reality. Simply because he wants to other some people. Or, other specific people. But he's not realizing that him othering them is othering him.
Which inexorably limpetted themselves onto the LGB despite...
What?
Which inexorably limpetted themselves on...
Okay, I don't know what that means.
Which inexorably
Inexorably. In a way that is impossible to stop or prevent. Not really, because you are literally in the process of trying to stop or prevent them from being part of our community. Like, okay, I'm assuming inexorably limpid is limpid, completely clear and transparent. So, in a way that is impossible to deny, it as clear as day, is basically what he was trying to say there.
Limpetted themselves onto the LGB despite having nothing to do with being same-sex attracted.
Again, it just goes back to being same-sex attracted, and it is not a case of being same-sex attracted, because being trans, you are same-gendered attracted. I myself see myself only being romantic with men and masculine people. That could be masculine women, that could be masculine men, that could be a masculine trans man. I only ever see myself in relationships with masculine people. But I am sexually pansexual. I am a homoromantic pansexual person. So my sexuality is not limited by a person's sex characteristics or gender identity characteristics. My sexuality is open to any and every. It doesn't matter to me. But if I was to go into a relationship, it would matter to me in that I would only be attracted to masculine people. And it just leads into the trans people will never be, to quote what I said earlier, they will never be gay enough. They will always be part of our, like I said earlier, they never separate to discriminate, but they will never be truly enough to be part of us. And that is his entire point, is that these others, they'll never be enough to be us. They're others. But he's not realizing that the people that he's trying to gain favor with are also saying, well, they'll never be one of us. They're others. All of them are others. And again, it is, well, we're others, but they're other others. We're others. They're other others. So we want to be more like them. But not realizing that there is so much intersectionality that he is refusing to accept.
It's not better. Not better, not worse, simply unrelated and different.
Yes, and that is what they say about anybody who deviates from cis heteronormativity. That is why we are inextricably linked, is because our existence is actively going against the cis heteronormativity expected of us.
Said alphabet group begins to tarnish any gains that have been made by promoting disingenuous revisionism.
Okay.
Said alphabet group begins to tarnish.
Alphabet group, that is the entire group. That is the entire community. That is the LGBTQIA plus altogether. We are the alphabet mafia. Like, that is, or the alphabet brigade, whatever you want to call it specifically, that is all of us. That is because we are not cis heteronormative. We don't fit the cis heteronormative role. And we don't fit into a cis heteronormative mold. So that is why we are the alphabet group. We are the alphabet mafia brigade, whatever you want to say.
Tarnish any gains.
Tarnished any gains. There is no tarnishing going on. The only tarnishment that is coming from is from the minority of the community who say, well, we don't want to be part of those others. We want to just be other. And it's like, okay, you go and be that, but we'll stay a community so that we can fight for our freedoms and our rights, and as well as yours. We're just saying, you know, all of the rights that have been afforded to LGBT people just gets QIA plus added on at the end. Like, it's a simple fact that as we progress further along through time, as we go forward, there is always going to be those who are seen as the weakest group. Currently, it is trans people. In the 60s through the 90s, it was gay people, and gays and lesbians and bisexuals specifically. But trans people were still there. Trans people, they may not have had the correct terminology because they still used words like transvestite, transsexual, both of which were were crass terminology. And when transgender came about, it was because people, specifically scientists and psychologists, understood that it wasn't being transvestite, which was a person dressing up as the opposite gender. or at the time it was the opposite sex, and then it became transsexual, which had an inherent implication that transsexuals, as it was called at the time, was inherently done for sexual purposes. So that is why they changed it to be transgender. We have had transgender as the official terminology for longer than we had transvestite and transsexual, each as the accepted terminologies. The accepted terminology as transvestite was roughly 20 to 30 years. Transsexual was from I think it was 1969 through to 1992. As of now, it has been longer since transgender became the accepted current terminology than transsexual was, by a couple of years. So again, it just feeds into that he doesn't understand it, and he refuses to understand it, and he is using that willful ignorance as a way to scapegoat the others, so that he doesn't have to deal with his own internalized homophobia. And it is internalized homophobia because everything that he is saying is a homophobic rhetoric. And that is why I say he is a homophobic gay man, because everything that he is saying is inherently homophobic. And he is disguising that internalized homophobia as transphobia. And him as a homophobic gay man, Blair White as a transphobic trans woman, Brianna Wu as another transphobic trans woman, trans rights activist person, depending on what week it is, Candace Owens as a racist, misogynistic black woman. It all feeds into the fact that they got a position of privilege and they are not uplifting the rest of their own community. And it's always going to lead into that. It is always, they have been given a pedestal and they never want anybody else to get their own pedestal, because it means that their pedestal means less. And that is what we are dealing with. So
said alphabet group begins to tarnish any gains that have been made by promoting disingenuous revisionism.
And disingenuous revisionism is just acknowledging that people in the past who may not have had the correct terminology might have been one way when instead of another. You know, like the biggest one that I can think of is Marsha P. Johnson. She said herself that she was a gay boy crossdresser, which at the time was known as a transvestite. But had she have had the terminology of today, she likely would have been a trans femme non-binary person. So And that is because there was a lot of distinctions that Marsha P. Johnson made, specifically saying transsexuals are those who get the surgeries. I don't want the surgeries, which is why there is a lot of trans femme non-binaries who do not have surgeries. They may have hormones, they may do all of that, or they may not, but their intersectional terminologies are still valid. And obviously we can't go back and give Marsha an entire glossary of today's terminology to say, oh, well, which one are you? So we have to infer a lot of stuff. And going by the fact that, from people who were not only there, but people who, lived with her, spoke with her, said that she preferred she/her pronouns, and she was potentially transgender. She just didn't have the right terminology at that time to say it. And when she died in 94, 95-ish, she likely did not still have the correct terminology. Non-binary as a term did not really come about until the 2000s or 2010s. I didn't learn about it until 2020. And, 2019, 2020, 2021-ish. But at the end of the day, people who were called androgynous or gender non-conforming, it all stemmed from the same point. So we have to infer a lot from not only the people that were there, but also from her own words and their own friends, family, all of that. We had to take a lot of what they said and sort of try to effectively figure it out in a way that was not only respectful, but sort of giving a bit of an understanding of not only the time that she was alive in, but also the fact that the terminology just was not there. So again, it all just leads into the people of that time may have been more, but they didn't have the terminology of today in order to call themselves that. So there is a lot of push and pull on what is the reality, but people like James just refuses to go, well, they didn't have the terminology back then that they do today, so we have to infer a lot in order to make sense of, what caused what and what went to where and how that led to what is happening today.
Extremist activism, fetishes performed in public, extremist activism.
Extremist activism just means going, and trans women are women too, and should be afforded the same equality as that cis women currently get. Apparently that's extreme activism. But all throughout history, any minority group gaining any semblance of equality was also seen as extreme activism.
Fetishes performed in public and
Fetishes? Like, what are the fetishes? Because the only fetishes that I know that are performed in public is things like people wearing pup hoods, people wearing like skin tight leather lycra kind of nylon-y sort of basically swimsuits, like the really skin tight, like all over body, like shiny black swimsuit kind of thing. I don't know what they're called. That's not my particular fetish, so I don't know the terminology for that. But they're the only things that I can think of that are fetishes that are performed in public, but none of it is ever inherently sexual. And that is because not all fetish gear is inherently sexual. So the fact that he immediately directly infers that fetishes as sexual and in public, again, it is just spinning a narrative of where you have to follow him.
extremist activism, fetishes performed in public and normalised.
Yes, some fetishes are normal. Most fetishes are normal. Like, some people have a foot fetish. Some people have hand fetish. Some people have, like, leather fetish. Some people have, pup play fetishes. Fetishes are not inherently sexual. Fetishes are just things that you like to do that could end up leading towards sexual activity. It does not inherently mean that it is sexual. So he is extremely ignorant on either the point that he is making, or willfully ignorant on the fact that everybody has a fetish of some kind. Like,
Decides to wage a war upon women and LGBT people, and worse,
there is no war on women or LGBT people, because LGBT people support the trans community, and there are plenty of women who are LG or B who support trans women. The issue that we have is that people like James and people like LGB Alliance and people like J.K. Rowling and all of that just refuse to understand and accept that, yes, some people are trans, they happen to be LGB, and they deserve rights. And it all comes back to misogyny and racism, simply because people like Iman Khalif, who is a cisgendered woman who happens to have slightly elevated testosterone levels, was called a man by J.K. Rowling, and that is going to affect other women who do not like who are not in a ever shrinking rigid box of acceptable femininity. Like, there was a TERF who has alopecia, and she was called a man and harassed out of a bathroom because she had no hair. And apparently that makes you a man, because women can't have short hair or no hair. Or, like, in America, Lauren Boebert and I think it was Marjorie Taylor Greene, Lauren Boebert went into a bathroom, saw a not super feminine woman, or was it Nancy Mace? One or the other. And went in, harassed the person, went out, got another congresswoman, went back, couldn't find that specific congressperson, and then went on the day, on the news rounds, basically attacking Sarah McBride, who is a trans woman in Congress, and it turns out that she got the wrong woman, because Sarah McBride only uses the toilet in her office. And it attacks women who are not in an ever shrinking, rigid, acceptable femininity. And that can be because either they're tall, they have masculine features, they are bodybuilders, they have short hair, they have no hair, it can be a huge range that is out of acceptable femininity range, and they will be harassed. It adds to the harassment. That is why so many cis women are on the side of trans women, because they know that if people are attacking one form of womanhood, then they are willing to attack every form of womanhood that is not in this ever shrinking box of, again, acceptable femininity. And that puts a lot of people at danger, especially cis women. And especially if you are not, like, either a specific height, if you are not a specific weight, if you are not a specific build. All of it goes towards them harassing you and potentially could lead to violence against them. So, again, it just paints a narrative that he is willfully ignorant on what is the actual cause of violence, which is bigotry. And that bigotry predominantly comes from cis, straight, white men who do not like women. And they want an excuse to be misogynistic without repercussions. That's all it is.
First of all, actively involved upon women and LGBT people, and worst of all, actively involves and indoctrinates other people's children.
I said it before, didn't I? The homophobia and transphobia are literally the exact same thing. They're coming after other people's children. No, we're not. We are saying being LGBTQIA plus wherever you are on the spectrum is okay. If you happen to be it, okay. Here's a place where you will be safe. Which, him having grown up in the 70s and 80s, surely that should be a good thing, to have safe spaces for people who are part of our minority. But he isn't, again, othering those who do not fit his specific definitions of what it means to be L, G, and B, and forcing those who are L or G into the B. And that is simply because they happen to be people who sleep with somebody who is in the TQIA plus part of the community. And I'm sorry, James, but times change. Words expand when they need to. And just because you personally, as a gay man, would not sleep with a trans man, does not negate gay men who do sleep with trans men. And your refusal to accept that reality is actually more for you, because you are feeding in to the homophobic rhetoric that is said against all of us, about how, you know, like, all of us as LGBTQIA plus people are inherently dangerous. And that includes you, James. Like, just because you've got J.K. Rowling, you know, accepting, you know, speaking appointments at this a specific charity, doesn't mean that she accepts you as an equal. She just sees you as a useful idiot to get rid of the people she doesn't like, and then she can drop you. That is why she doesn't interact with people like Graham Linehan, somebody who is basically exactly the same as J.K. Rowling, except he is a more extreme form. He attacks cis women who are like trans inclusive, and he attacks cis women who do not basically roll over and listen to him as a man. And he attacks LGB people who do not shut up and listen to him as a straight man. He's attacked Mel and Sue, Sue Perkins. I had to remember which one was which. But he's attacked Sue Perkins for being a trans-inclusive lesbian. He has attacked gay men all up and down the internet, especially on Twitter, simply because they won't shut up and listen to him as a straight man, because, again, the bigotry does not separate to discriminate. He is only accepting of you and LGBT people like you because they are a means to an end, and the end is the end of our entire community. And that is because, at the end of the day, he is a homophobic, transphobic, misogynistic racist. Because all of the bigotries all stem from the same hatred of anybody who is not a cis, straight, white man. And it got to the point that his ex-wife left him because he would not shut the fuck up about trans women. So, and apparently he still doesn't see his kids because they want nothing to do with him, because all he does is go on about trans women. To the point that I saw an interview that he did where one of his children gave him a birthday card or a birthday present or something, I forget which, but he wouldn't stop talking about the trans women he hates on the interview or the live stream or whatever it was, long enough to acknowledge his child who was trying to wish him a happy birthday. Like, that is how far down he is. He is to the point that he ignores his family in order to in order to make sure his hatred is known. Like, aligning yourself with somebody with that much hatred, I'm sorry, but you've brought it on yourself, James. And I don't know if you'll ever watch this. I don't even know if you'll stay this far in. But at the end of the day, anybody who is this far in and who is who is listening to this, you've brought it on yourself, James. And anybody like James, you are bringing it on yourself. Because the only people who do not who want the exclusion of TQIA plus from the LGB are those who are in a place of privilege, because they are people who they are LGBT people who are enjoying the acceptance from the oppressors, and they are now trying to oppress others in order to stay oppressed enough to still be classed as the minority. But the problem is, you can't move up and then cut it off behind you. You're supposed to move up and strengthen the ladder as you go in order for other people to come up as well, so that all of us become equals. And you're just proving that that entire sentiment to be correct. And it's just plain stupid.
This begins early, contrary to popular denials, from primary school upwards.
Okay. No, it does not. Simply put, no, it does not. Now, there are some primary schools who do have to talk about LGBTQIA plus stuff, simply because one of the children happens to have two mothers or two fathers. Beyond that, they are it is not talked about in primary school. It is not until high school that being LGBTQIA plus is actually started to be talked about. The only time that it is talked about in primary school is, again, if a child happens to have two mothers or two fathers. They talk about it in order to gain an understanding and build empathy within those children. And any child who happens to be trans or somewhere on the trans spectrum, they are given safe parameters in order to explore that expression. No matter what way it goes, they are given safe parameters in order to explore that expression. And all kids are given gender diverse expression parameters in order for all kids to be able to sort of figure themselves out, and it is always done in safe spaces. It is never ever done in a way that is pushing children to be one or the other. It is allowing the social construct of gender norms to be explored by children who are already starting to explore all of their aspects of their personality. That it includes gender expression, gendered identity, and by the end of primary school also includes sexuality. Now, a lot of it is a case of they don't know the exact words to it, but on average, children explore their gender identity and expression on average from the age of 3 through to around about 7. And their sexuality starts to be explored by their acknowledgement that, oh my god, I'm noticing somebody of the opposite sex or somebody of the same sex, and you know, I wouldn't mind having a girlfriend or a boyfriend, or, you know, as a girl, a girlfriend, or as a boy, a boyfriend. You know, things like that start from, on average, the age of around about 5 through to around about 10. Now, sexuality does not instantly mean sexual sexual activity. Sexuality is, okay, there's a boy over there, I'm a boy, I kind of like him, I want him to be my boyfriend. That is usually what happens from the age of around about 5 through to 10. And then as people hit puberty, they start to notice a little bit more, and that is when more sexual activity starts to develop. That can include wanting to, you know, see somebody without their pants on. It can be wanting to know what other people's bodies look like, you know, in their pants and shirts and all of that. That does not mean that it is at 5 years old that child is instantly wanting to have sex. No, it does not mean that at all. Sexuality exploration can be anything from, I'm a boy and I like boys, right up to having sexual activity, including full-blown sex. Now, I was 6 years old when I first started noticing that I was homosexual. I was not, I was 12 when I first started having sex. I was 13 before I had intercourse. So it was 6 to 7 years before I had any sexual activity. And those 6 years went from, oh, I'm a boy and I like boys, to, oh, I like boys a lot, to, oh, we've gone on a school trip and we're, at the swimming baths, all of us boys are all in one room. I should have a look. And it is sort of escalated from there. But again, sexuality exploration does not mean that they instantly start to have sex. And that is what is implied when he says that it is coming after other people's children. It is not. It is giving safe parameters for boys to go, oh, I don't really fancy girls, I fancy boys. Or girls to go, oh, I don't really fancy boys, I fancy girls. It is giving them safe parameters to be that, and it is giving them safe spaces to talk about that. And sexual activity does not usually start until beyond the age of 10 and upwards. When that initially starts is dependent on the specific child's puberty starting, but at the end of the day, that is not universal. Some people start puberty, like me, I started it at 8. Again, I did not start having sexual activity until I was 12. So that was 4 years from puberty starting before I started to have sexual activity. It was 2 years before I started having the urges to look at other boys and wanting to see other boys naked or whatever it was. So this heavy implication that trans people are coming for other people's children is heavily implying that they are forcing children to be part of the community, which is rooted in homophobic rhetoric from when he was growing up. So him repeating it now is him adding to that homophobic rhetoric, but he's making it specifically about trans people, which is even more massive ignorance from him. So let's carry on.
Thus creating huge resentment and inviting an ever-growing and dangerous backlash.
The resentment of our community is baked into cis, straight, white, male bigotry. Pure and simple. And that is because they hate anybody who is minority. Anybody who can be othered will be othered. And that is why a lot of cis, straight, white men are misogynistic, racist, homophobic, and transphobic. Through and through. And the only backlash that anybody is talking about is people like James, against people like James, is trying to hold them accountable. There is a difference between a backlash and accountability. What people are asking of James is accountability for the homophobic rhetoric that he is perpetuating by attacking trans people. And he is refusing to have that accountability. And that is the only backlash that he personally is getting, specifically from LGBTQIA plus people. Now, I'm not denying that he probably gets a lot of bigotry from other people, specifically predominantly cis straight men. He could even get it from men of colour, men of other minorities. I'm not denying that. But the backlash that he is getting specifically from LGBTQIA plus people is a call for accountability. And he is refusing to acknowledge that accountability. And that is why it is needed.
Homophobia massively increases. Alphabet Group attempts to blame LGBT people and women who become vocally critical of how
Okay.
this affects us all.
Okay. Yes, we do. But we don't. Again, I fall under the B and the T. And romantically, I fall under the G. So I fall under 3 of the letters. So at the end of the day, I am never going to attack an LGBTQIA plus person or women or anybody else. But when somebody, especially somebody from our community, calls for parts of our community to acknowledge that what they are saying is actually more damaging than what we are saying because they are trying to other us, there is a difference between calling for accountability and attacking, because we have never attacked LGB people for holding LGB without the T rhetoric, sentiments. Go and do it. Go and do that over there. Like, you want it to be LGB only? Okay, go and do it. Go and have your own nights. Go and have your own parades. Go and do all of that. Okay? We don't care. Just don't come into the LGBTQIA plus spaces and start to dictate how we celebrate our community, because you've already chosen your community. You don't then get to dictate our community. That is the difference that towards LGB without the T and LGB with the T. And that is because those who are LGB with the T are acknowledging that, yes, there are going to be struggles. There is always struggles for our community, but we have to stay strong. We have to get aligned. We have to make sure that we are as inclusive as possible in order to gain equality, because if we are seen as accepting of all people, then we are more likely to gain equality, because we are not discriminating against other people. But when LGB people are coming into it, and especially straight women who do not understand our struggles specifically, yes, we do call them out, because they are willfully ignorant and they are refusing to learn. And any straight woman who does spend the time to learn, they realize, oh yeah, there are a lot of similarities to our unique struggles. So we do have to be tightly knit together in order to try and gain equality for both of our specific groups. And anybody who is actively attacking that, yeah, we don't want anything to do with them. Because at the end of the day, that is rooted in misogynistic patriarchy. And that misogynistic, homophobic, transphobic patriarchy is what is othering all of us. And you are othering us in order to curry favour with the oppressors. So you are throwing all of us under the bus in order for you to gain acceptance, but still be othered so that you can stay the minority. And yes, we are going to call that out when and if we see it.
They refuse to compromise or debate. This affects us all. They refuse to compromise.
We do compromise quite a lot. We just don't compromise on our rights. You can have all of your opinions all you want, but your opinions stop when our rights get involved. It's as simple as that. Your opinions don't overtake our rights. Your opinion stops being relevant once our rights are called into question.
Or debate.
And as for the debate part of that, I've already offered you a debate. I've offered to... I said that I would happily come down to London, just give me the chance in order to get all of the statistics together, in order to get all of the data together, all of the facts together, and I will come down to London. I will come down and I will debate you. I will meet you in a public place. I will somehow figure out a way in order to get like a recording space. I will find a way to get a debate going between us. But you refused, because at the end of the day, I sat there and I had like a 50 reply tweet or something like crazy long, basically giving you all of my debate, basically all of my debate topics, in order for you to get your own research, your own your own statistics, facts, data, all of that together, so that we could try and compare and debate on which holds more merit, which doesn't, which sections of it has more grounds, which section of it, I disagree with, you disagree with, which sections, come from more reputable sources, and which doesn't have any sources at all. But all that I got at the end of it was, you're fat though. Pig gif. That's basically all I got at the end of that. I gave him the chance to debate me. I told him that I would figure out a way to have the debate with him. All I would need is a couple of weeks in order to get all of the stuff that I needed for the debate together, and he just refused outright, because he doesn't want a debate. He doesn't want a debate as it usually is. He just wants to talk over me. He wants me to shut up, roll over, and be a good little gay boy and listen to everything he says, and he does not want to learn anything beyond his personal experiences, and he refuses to learn anything about any aspect outside of those specific rigid quotas that he has for being L, G, and B. And screw the rest of the community. And that is exactly the point that this proves. He says, you know, oh, those people don't want a debate. I offered him a debate, and he ran away from it because after everything that I've messaged to him, after everything that I've replied to him, all of the facts, stats, and data that I have given him, he knows that he will never intellectually match me. All of his transphobia comes from vibes alone. My LGBTQIA plus activism comes from statistical data that can be replicated and is currently in the process of being studied. So all of my stuff comes from scientific backgrounds. His comes from, oh, well, I'll never sleep with a trans man because that's a person with a vagina. And it's like, yeah, so? Okay, that's you. That's your specific gayness. But that doesn't negate a gay man who does sleep with trans men. And that is exactly the point that he is saying there. He doesn't want the debate. He just wants somebody that he can talk over, who that he can just pretend doesn't actually matter, and who he can basically say, okay, gay boy, sit down and shut up. I'm the older gay. Everything I say matters. But it just comes from the fact that all of his opinions come from vibes alone. None of it comes from scientific backed sources. And he'll never accept that. And he certainly will never accept that somebody younger than him is more educated than him. That is something that he also was with me, was that he was ageist against the younger crowd. Because even though we haven't lived as long, that means that we haven't experienced as much. Even though everything that I learned was all about everything that he went through, as well as what I went through. And I'm glad that I was in a time where, yes, me being openly queer was more accepted. It's even better now than it was back then. You know, I started high school in the mid-2000s. I was out when I started high school. And at the end of the day, it is easier to be out nowadays with kids who, you know, are feminine gay kids, or, you know, more masculine lesbian girls. And, you know, it gives me hope that maybe, yes, in a couple of, in another decade's time, yes, being queer, wherever on the spectrum you are, it will be so acceptable that, yes, gay boys and lesbian girls will be able to go into school and be open. And I'm hoping that trans kids will also have that luxury. Because at the end of the day, everybody who is trans right now, as an adult, they were once in the closet trans kids. They didn't suddenly be trans once they turned 18. It was just that legally, as an adult, they could be open because they were not I wouldn't say they were not scared about, like familial familial disconnections, but more so that they could go and they could get their own place to live. They could go and they could move to a completely different city or completely different country, and they would then be able to start an entirely new life as what they desire. But when you are a LGBTQIA plus kid and you are not secure enough where you live, yes, you stay in the closet. And I'm lucky that I had family and friends around me that were accepting. And I'm hoping that one day we can get to a point where you don't need to come out. You just are who you say you are. And with people like James, it will never get to that point, because the whole point of othering our community is so that he doesn't have to acknowledge that he lives with a massive amount of privilege that people like me, like some of the people that live up north especially, don't have, is that we are poor. We don't live with the luxury of having people around us who will always be on our side. We don't live with the luxury of being able to have security details if we need them. Somebody like the Vivian, who unfortunately passed away at the beginning of this year, was attacked online relentlessly because they were a drag queen on primetime TV on blankety blank, something that Paul O'Grady as Lily Savage was in the late 90s, early 2000s, as a deliberate homage, because Paul O'Grady died around about 18 months before that was filmed. And, it was a deliberate homage to Paul O'Grady. Having somebody from Liverpool specifically in the Vivian who is a Liverpudlian drag queen on blankety blank, as a direct homage to Paul O'Grady as Lily Savage. So having that homage, they were attacked relentlessly afterwards. And it was because of people like James basically giving them the green light. Because the Vivian was a non-binary gay man who did drag. And James effectively said to those who others us, it's okay to be homophobic to them because they're the other. Because that's a drag queen who supports trans people. So they're the other. It's okay to be homophobic to them, just don't be homophobic to us. And that is a person who not only has, had more security because the Vivian was more, more public, was also a public figure. They were also attacked in Liverpool. They were attacked in a McDonald's in Liverpool by a toxic masculine person who was spouting the same rhetoric as James is. And it just like it just baffles me how so much hatred can be directed at people. But
Division and anger rises. Alphabet Group continues to constantly control the narrative and demonize all those who object.
the Alphabet Group is just everybody who stands with trans people. That is a vast majority of LGBT people, and that's not taking into account the TQIA plus people. Of LGBT people, an overwhelming 90-something% stands with trans rights. So categorically, James is part of the minority of up to 10% that don't. And he's trying to sort of spin it to make out that he is the majority, but he categorically is not. He is the minority. And it's just it's just baffling.
Used to constantly control the narrative and demonize all those who object.
And nobody who supports trans rights are trying to control a narrative. We're just saying the truth. Like, there is no narrative. It's just trans people are who they say they are. They deserve rights. Give them rights. That is the only narrative. Like, and they are part of our community. If you don't see that as, if you don't see them as being part of our community, then you are against our community. And if you are part of our community, then go and have your exclusionary part over there. Because we'd want to foster an inclusionary, loving environment, not an exclusionary, hating environment. Like,
and anger rises. Alphabet Group continues to constantly control the narrative and demonize all those who object. People are dragged through the courts for years, usually, eventually vindicated, but the
okay, the only person that I can think of was when Lawrence Fox attacked, I think it was Cheryl Hole. I could be wrong about that, though. Basically, he attacked a drag queen, calling them a PDF file, simply because they were a queer person who did drag. And they were... And that specific drag queen also happened to be accepting of trans people. That is literally the only basis that Lawrence Fox had. And Lawrence Fox had to pay almost £200,000. That is not vindication for those who are against LGBTQIA plus people. That is a vindication for the LGBTQIA plus people. It's not even a vindication for LGBT people. It is the vindication for LGBTQIA+, because that drag queen was a gay man who did drag and also accepted trans people. So you are literally talking against your own argument.
The courts for years, usually... eventually vindicated, but the damage is done, and it's immense. As usual, the process is the punishment.
There is no process, though. again, the only person that I know of, unless, of course, you're talking about the people who are transphobic, like the nurse in Scotland, I think it was, who was transphobic to a trans doctor. Like, yes, they were bigoted towards a trans person. Like, bigotry doesn't not have an exemption. All bigotry needs to be treated the same. Otherwise, you get people like Donald Trump, who is bigoted and is literally the president of the United States, who is only there simply because people would rather vote for the 34 times convicted felon who is legally liable for the rape of Eugene, whatever her last name was, over the overqualified black woman simply because she was a black woman. She was literally so overqualified. She was more qualified to be president than President Biden. She was the only person who had served in all three branches of government: the judiciary, the Senate part, and basically the judiciary as a district attorney, the legislative, that was it, as a senator, and the executive as vice president. She was the one of those two that was more qualified to be president than President Biden. She was more qualified than her own boss. And she only lost because she was a black woman. That's it. And a lot of the people now who voted for Donald Trump are regretting it, because the stuff that Donald Trump was saying is going to happen to the others is starting to happen to them. Like, he had no plans whatsoever for if he got into the office. Taking that off a second. He had no plans whatsoever upon entering office. He talked about things like no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime, things like that. He said he would bring, on day one, the price of groceries down. He would bring down the price of gas. He would implement tariffs on all these foreign countries. And none of them were given like any substantial like plans behind them. He never talked about the plans, and that is because the majority of his plans was Project 2025, which he denied all existence of. He denied his connections to, but he was directly named in that document more than 300 times. And everything that he has done so far is directly from Project 2025. Now, Kamala, on the other hand, she had plans of plans of plans. She had plans for she had plans overall. She had plans for the specific groups, and she also had plans as contingencies should anything on those plans fail for any number of reasons. And I think it was something like 23 Nobel Prize winning economists said that she would have grown the US economy by something like 20 something percent. But Donald Trump's sort of plans and rhetoric was going to cause somewhere between a recession on 2008 levels right the way up to a depression not seen since 1929. Like, that is the mass issue that we have currently, and
As
you
usual, the process is the punishment.
You are perpetuating it by saying things like that. The process is the punishment. No, the punishment is accountability. And accountability can be from, okay, you were bigoted towards a person for their identity. You get treated the same as every other bigot, and you have to live with those consequences, because freedom of speech does not mean freedom from consequences. So it just genuinely baffles the mind. I'm only 5 minutes in, and I have been recording for 3.5 hours. That is because that is the amount of context that I have had to add in already. And this is probably going to end up being a multiple more hour video.
Women's rights and gay people's freedoms to assemble as they choose are all under serious threat as Alphabet Group continues to prioritize themselves over the disabled, the elderly.
No. They're under attack from the people like you who are attacking us.
And gay people's freedoms to assemble as they choose are all under serious threat.
Okay, first of all, women and LGBT people have all the choices. They can congregate in any way that they choose. They just don't get to dictate how us, as LGBTQIA plus people and trans inclusive women, congregate. They don't get to dictate our congregations, and we never are going to dictate their congregations. And what he basically just said then was, we want to congregate in the way that we want to congregate, and we want to dictate how you congregate, because your congregation excludes us because we're excluding you. That's what that just meant. He just didn't say it in as many words because he knows that is stupid on the face of it. Not to mention, when you actually poke some holes in it, that it gets even stupider.
As Alphabet Group continues to prioritize themselves over the disabled, the elderly, and virtually every other vulnerable group with...
No, because, hi, I'm part of the G, I'm part of the B, and I'm part of the T. I am part of those three in the LGBTQIA plus trans inclusive group. And hi, I'm disabled. I have fibromyalgia. I have ADHD. I have autism. I am disabled. I am LGBTQIA plus, and I am disabled. So, where's your argument now? Because I am both a an LGBTQIA plus ally, an LGBTQIA plus rights activist. I am also a feminist. I am also a disability rights advocate, and I am also an advocate for the elderly, because unfortunately, a lot of my family are the elderly. A lot of my family are disabled. A lot of my family rely on things like PIP, rely on things like benefits, but they also benefit from things like LGBTQIA plus rights, women's rights, all of that, and disability rights. So, and we fight for all of it. The only ones who are fighting against it is people like you, James, because you want to use them as political leverage in order to attack us, even though we can be disabled, we can be elderly, we can be women, and still be trans-inclusive. It's called being multifaceted, and it's called being a human, and a nuanced human. The only people who are using us as scapegoats and political pawns is you, in your speech just then. See, every accusation is just a projected confession.
With the disabled, the elderly, and virtually every other vulnerable group, with zero self-awareness, encouraged by institutions, allies, celebrities, and social media.
Okay, first of all, yes, we are self-aware. Unfortunately, we are too self-aware. That is why trans people are unfortunately very well aware when you start calling them by their assigned sex at birth. And that is also why we advocate for the entire community. We even advocate for you, James, because as much as we don't want to advocate for you, because at the end of the day, you are attacking your own community, to enable your own acceptance from the oppressors. So you're throwing us under the bus in order to curry favour with the oppressors. We're still advocating for you, because at the end of the day, you're human. You're a gay man. You deserve rights. You may think we don't, but we think you do too. Because it's called empathy, James.
They gain huge power through sponsorship, social media, mainstream,
hang on.
institutions, allies.
Institutions, basically anybody who says, oh yeah, being trans is a valid form of expression. And allies, yes, we need allies who are within the oppressing group in order to have acceptance. Because without allies, we would never get any acceptance ever. That's how it worked in the 60s. Allies of the LGBTQIA plus community, although back then it was just L and G, allies of lesbians and gays fought for us. And they got us the acceptance. They got us decriminalized. They got us towards gaining equality. Allies throughout the 70s, 80s, and 90s pushed towards us getting like television spots, be that yourself in Thin Blue Line, yourself in Gimme Gimme Gimme, or yourself in Ab Fab, or even the fact that Ab Fab had an open ally in Jennifer Saunders and Patsy Stone. Jennifer Saunders and Joanna Lumley as Adina Monsoon and Patsy Stone. That's what I meant to say. You know, it was allies like them that got us towards having episodes of Ab Fab like Gay, which was a feature-length movie about Adina's gay son in the 90s when it was still under Section 28. Allies always gain us more acceptance and more inclusion. And it was people like Kathy Burke who advocated for your not yours specifically, but who advocated for the inclusion of a gay man on Gimme 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 that got you that job, who got you your most successfully performing comedy on the BBC. On BBC One, no less. The premium channel. And you now throwing that back in allies' faces is you saying that you were not grateful for all of the progression that they got us, including a person that you seem to claim are still friends with, the super woke Kathy Burke. The super woke Kathy Burke, who said that anybody who was anti-woke was a twat. And since you are spewing anti-woke bullshit, she basically means you too. Which is hilarious, honestly. I love Kathy. I hope she is in a whole lot more stuff. But at the end of the day, like, if it wasn't for her advocating for being a gay roommate on Gimme Gimme Gimme, and for that gay roommate to have openly gay relationships, you wouldn't have had a job. You wouldn't have been able to be as open as you were. So you saying that is basically you saying you're ungrateful for all of the progression that they got us. That all of those allies got us. And yes, some of them happen to be celebrities. Because those who are celebrities have a much bigger platform in order to basically say to their unaccepting fans, give them a chance, because they're not as bad as you think they are. You know, people like Cynthia Erivo only recently at GLAAD talked about people with they them pronouns, which you mocked at the beginning, and she herself also said exactly what I said, which is that the singular version of they them has been around since the inception of those words. The singular they them as well as the plural they them have both existed since the beginning of those words' inceptions. And people like Lady Gaga doing a song in 2009 that that had the lyrics, no matter gay, straight, or bi, lesbian, transgendered life, no matter black, white, or beige, chola or orient maid. Yes, chola and orient maid, probably not the best words for use at the time. Definitely not now. But at the end of the day, the inclusionary like rhetoric still matters. No matter gay, straight, or bi, lesbian, or transgendered life. You're on the right track because you were born this way. The inclusionary rhetoric is the point. And she doubled down at the Grammys this year. Her, Chapel Roan, who is a lesbian, who her entire persona is technically a drag act. Her entire public persona, when she's got the big hair and the crazy makeup, is her drag act. She says it herself. She is in drag. She is a cisgendered woman who is also a lesbian who does drag, and she happens to make music. And those and allies like that is what gets us moving forward. What you are doing is trying to move us backwards to a point where only specific things were acceptable, which has never been any point in history. Because being queer has never been accepted. At least not on the scale of equality. It may have been accepted like, oh, well, be gay, but be gay in your own house, or be gay just away from me. That's about as far as it ever got.
Celebrities and social media.
And social media is an absolute cesspit. And that was before Twitter got bought by Elon Musk. That is basically a Nazi platform now. Twitter is nothing but a bigotry platform. And considering the amount of people who on Twitter are not only supporting but defending Elon Musk's double Nazi salute, that is just a Nazi platform now, because it is owned by somebody who does a double Nazi salute. And knowing the historical point of that, you do it towards the front as the speaker, you do it towards the front to all of the people in front of you in order to get them to do it back, and then you do it to the back where there's usually a picture of Mustache Man. Yeah. That was a deliberate action. What he did was deliberate. And you cannot do that accidentally. No matter how much you try to say it is accidental. That was deliberate, and that is the way that it had to be done by everybody during that Second World War who was on that side.
They gain huge power through sponsorship, social media, mainstream media, advertising, the education system, the government, lobby groups, etc.
Okay, I don't know what you are trying to say by that point, because yes, you know, things like pride events, which include is inclusionary of trans people, get sponsored. Like, I don't know what the hell you're trying to say with that point.
Yet still they claim they are the most marginalised, whilst being indulged and revered and celebrated in almost every single Western country there is.
Is that a joke? Like, I know you're not good at jokes, so I do need to ask, is that a joke? Because you're literally sat at a conference being bigoted about trans people, and you say they're not under attack? Like, the absolute mental disconnect that he had to do to have that, like, have that sentence is just off the scale. Like, completely off the scale.
Misogyny, which never went away, spirals out of control. Homophobia does not discriminate between the ideological zealots and others simply attempting to get through the day-to-day. Those who believe in biological reality and detransitioners, who were used as guinea pigs when very young, are also demonized and chastised.
No, they're not. Detransitioners who go on to spew transphobic and homophobic rhetoric, yes, we call for their accountability. See, you call it demonizing, we call it accountability. And as a detransitioner, because I did go on puberty blockers for 3 years, hi, I'm still advocating for trans rights, because I believe that whilst it wasn't the right path for me, doesn't deny that it's the right path for them, especially when it has a 99% success rate with a 1% detransition rate, with 90% of that 1% being a detransition because of social backlash, with the other 10% being genuine regret. Like, what are you not getting? Like, something with that high of a success rate and that low of a regret rate is incredibly hard to find. And that is the only thing, the one thing that is that universally successful. The closest thing that comes to it, with a 10% regret rate, is having children. With an 11% regret rate, having tattoos. With a 12% regret rate, getting knee surgery. With a 25% regret rate, getting heart surgery. People literally regret having their life saved with a heart surgery of any kind at almost, what is that, like 250 times the rate than those who are genuinely detransitioning because it's not right for them. $250 times the regret rate. And for the 10% regret rate for children, for having children, is 100 times the regret rate. But you'll never hear him talk about those contexts. Because it doesn't matter for the narrative. And that is the point.
Women and girls' private spaces, sports, clubs, privacy and dignity are all under siege.
Wrong, because women's bathrooms, women's changing rooms have cubicles. Once trans women are on hormone replacement therapy for long enough, usually around about a year, their entire DNA and their bone structure and their bone density, mass, fat redistribution, everything is indistinguishable from a cis woman. But again, he'll never say that bit because it doesn't matter to the narrative. Even though science has already proven that, yes, after around about a year, a trans woman's biological difference from a cis woman is literally is the only difference is literally the chromosomes. That is it. Everything else biologically about them, from their hormone levels to their bone density to their fat redistribution to their muscle mass, everything is fundamentally indistinguishable. The only difference, for the most part, is height. That's it. But there are plenty of cis women who are well above 6 feet. There are plenty of cis women who are well below 5 feet. There are plenty of trans women who are around about 5'2", up to 5'10", which is the average range of a cis woman. But he'll never mention any of that. And again, that is because it doesn't matter to the narrative that he is trying to spin.
Briefly peaceful atmosphere is now utterly torn apart, torn to pieces by flimsy and highly suspect ideologies and a rampant loathing of women.
There is no loathing of women happening. The only loathing of women that is happening is from you, James, because you are scapegoating all of the cis women who are trans inclusive, and you are also aligning with misogynistic straight men who genuinely hate women to the point of attacking them, physically assaulting them, sexually assaulting them, and even to the point of murdering them. Probably should have censored that a little bit more, but yeah. All of those are being done by cis straight men, not trans women.
Many of those who once supported us have now turned their backs.
That's because they never truly supported us. They're just using trans inclusion as an excuse to hate us.
You do recognise the distinction between those who are simply LGB and the rest, yes, but I fear in time the narcissism and the arrogance of this gender generation who have been manipulated and lied to will be our undoing. NB.
Literally the same thing was said about gay people who wanted to work in either a teaching field or wanted to work in an environment that was welcoming to children. It's just the same rhetoric. They've just changed the gay agenda to trans ideology. That's all they've done, is just crossed out gay agenda and scribbled in crayon trans ideology. Because it's the same stuff, just recycled to the next bigotry.
Although I do feel that the tide is on the turn.
No, it isn't. In fact, the tide on the turn is actually the more openness for full-on bigotry, including, but not limited to, the stripping of trans rights from American trans people, all the way down to the Supreme Court apparently looking at repealing the gay marriage law that was put into effect, and even the fact that the federal government has removed every and all like federally inclusive acknowledgement of trans people, as well as any acknowledgement of the word gay, including the fact that they removed a picture of a plane because it was called the gay something. I forgot the rest of it, but I think it was like the gay Flynn. Basically because it had gay on the side of it. Yeah. They removed all the public pictures of that plane. A significant plane during World War II. And they removed all public acknowledgement of it.
Of course, I've not covered everything. The money Big Pharma reaps for lifetime medication and surgical procedures, instantly affirming young people's confusion and torment, all natural in young people.
Yes, because affirming a person's gender identity, no matter how young they are, is actually positive for that child's development, especially when it comes to empathy. Because, because allowing them to be themselves allows them to develop. Like, if they grow up a little bit more and they say, oh, well, I don't want to be, like, if it's an assigned female at birth child, and they grow up and they're like, oh, I don't want to be a boy anymore, or I don't want to dress like a boy anymore, I want to be super girly. It's like, okay. It allows them the safe parameters in order to develop how they see themselves. And yes, even going to the point of affirming them and like buying clothes, toys, haircuts, anything like that, and even getting them into therapeutic like avenues, all helps build a much better functioning teenager and eventually adult. Because if for example a boy says to their mom, "Oh, I want to play with dollies and I want to wear dresses," and that parent says, "No, you have to be a boy. You have to play with cars. You have to wear jeans and t-shirts. You have to be boy. You have to be masculine. You have to be this." That is going to lead that kid to grow up confused about what they are, who they are, where they fit in, what they should express to people. It leads to kids who end up becoming teenagers who lash out because they don't know how to function. They don't know how to be productive because they're scared about being too feminine, and they end up suppressing all of that, and that ends up in just a massive cycle of toxic masculinity, and that can also be flipped on the other side of toxic femininity, of, you know, like little girls who have to look a specific way, who have to, and, you know, when they get to teenagehood, you know, they have to have a specific sized body. They can't be overweight. They can't be this. They can't be that. And, you know, that also leads to a lot of later on mental health issues, including but not limited to depression, anxiety, depressive disorders, things like even things that seem insignificant to begin with, like a girl being more tomboyish. She'll end up being like overly girly, and that can end up leading to a lot of dysphoria. That can lead to mental snaps, and that could end up leading to what is the like the ultimate, seemingly ultimate goal for these anti-development people, anti-psychological development people like James, like LGB Alliance, like J.K. Rowling, is kids who end up unaliving themselves because they get scared of being too much like the other way than what they were born. You know, you have people like Leela Alcorn, who was a trans girl who, because of the religion that her parents were, they refused to get her any help. They put her in gay conversion therapy, and she ended up unaliving herself because she had enough. Like, she was petrified of her parents finding her at any point being feminine. And unfortunately, that is the true story of way too many people who are on the trans spectrum but are scared of being caught out, or who like are expected to be a specific way, but they are slightly deviated from that, and they start to get harassed by people who don't know them, and it just leads to a very dark place.
And putting them on an irreversible course of treatments and surgeries obviously plays an enormous role.
Okay, first of all, yes, the surgeries are irreversible, but nobody is allowed to have those surgeries until they are 18 years old. The only time a person below 18 has had surgical procedures was Jazz Jennings, who was 17, and her birthday was a couple of weeks away. And, what's her name? Where Sam Smith did Unholy, whatever her name was. She had surgery at 14 or 15, and she told the doctors that it was either they put her forward for surgeries or she would unalive herself, because she did not want to be in the body that she was born as. Those are very, very, very rare circumstances where it was a case of life or death, and they chose to do the surgeries in order to preserve the life as much as possible. Now, medications like puberty blockers, like hormone replacement therapy, are reversible. Puberty blockers specifically are completely reversible because they are very low dosage, and for the most part, they are very low dosage, and they basically suppress the part of your brain that pushes your body forward with puberty. Hormone replacement therapy is it's reversible, but you have to go through a course of puberty blockers in order to remove the cross-sex hormones out of your body, and then you get a dose of birth sex hormones. You get a couple of doses, probably across a year or two, and then after that you are back to your original form, as it were. So both are completely reversible. Both are completely completely safe. They would not be given to people if they were not safe. Now, this runs into the risk of him deliberately leaving out that puberty blockers are given to cis children all the time. He only has an issue when it's given to trans children. Now, as I said, I spent 3 years on puberty blockers. I have a child, and I got a trans guy pregnant at the end of 2023. I have completely gone back to factory reset in terms of my hormone levels, in terms of all of that lot. So obviously there are always rare instances where that is not the case, but they are a major minority to the point that it is something like 0.000000001% of cases where there has been issues when they attempted reversal. There is always a risk. You always work around it with your doctor. For my specific case, I was on puberty blockers for 3 years. The average time is 2. I was on it for 1 year too long. I had 2 doses of testosterone, 6 months apart. I came off the puberty blockers. 6 months later, I had my first dose. 6 months after that, I had my second dose, and I was completely back to factory reset, as it were. Like, back to factory settings. Again, this is not completely 100% universal, but it is damn near 100% universal. So, to say that medications are irreversible is massive malpractice, and it is massively misinformed just on the face of it. Now, obviously, surgical procedures that remove body parts, for the most part, are irreversible, especially when it concerns the private areas. If you are assigned male at birth and you have your appendage removed, yes, that is irreversible, unfortunately. But if you're going to be at that point of being put in for surgeries, then chances are you are 100,000 million% committed to that specific lifestyle. Things like breast removal is reversible, kind of. Breast reduction and breast removal, you can always have implants put in, or you can always start the hormones specific for your birth sex, and that can develop them again, if I'm remembering correctly. You may need to something specifically in your breast area. You may need tissue re-implanted in order for it to generate more tissue or something. I don't know the full understanding. I'm not a surgical I'm not a surgeon. I'm not in the surgical field. I'm not in that field. I never did because I get squeamish of blood. So I'm not 100% certain on that aspect of it, but for the most part, some surgeries are reversible. Some surgeries are not. Obviously, if you are assigned male and you go to female and you have breast breast enlargement from the hormones, and you have the downstairs remade into a vagina, then downstairs you are basically stuck with that. Upstairs you can have the reductions. So there are always going to be some surgeries that are irreversible, some that are completely reversible. It just depends on like your specific like surgical procedures so far, if any. And the hormone replacement is completely reversible. Puberty blockers, completely reversible.
Allies support this movement without true comprehension of the consequences, and they simply follow blindly because they chose to take a 4-year-old child's vivid imagination and word as gospel.
Again, it is giving, as you say, a 4-year-old with a vivid imagination safe parameters to explore their bodies and explore their expressions and identity, and no 4-year-old is being given hormone replacement therapies. No 4-year-old is given surgical procedures in terms of gender reassignment surgeries. The only surgeries the 4-year-olds tend to go through are either surgeries that need to be performed for the children's health, be that heart, lung, like internal surgeries, external surgeries, say they break their leg or something happens and they need to have a decapitation. That is an external surgery. They are the only types of surgeries that children are getting, and the only other surgeries that children as young as 4 are getting are, for example, if there is a brain tumor, they will likely get a brain surgery to try and remove the tumor, and they will likely also undergo things like chemotherapy, radiotherapy, whatever is necessary for them, they will go through. No child as young as 4 especially, but nobody under the age of 18, except in super specific circumstances, are going through gender reassignment surgeries. And children as young as 4 are not being put on puberty blockers, because children as young as 4 should not be getting puberty. And those that are, there is likely something wrong with them that they need more medical intervention. They are not getting puberty blockers. They are not getting hormone replacement therapies. They are not getting gender reassignment surgeries. Again, I think the youngest was that singer with Sam Smith. I'm trying to remember her name. I cannot for the life of me remember it. But her, I think she was one of, if not the youngest, and she was 14 or 15. And it was literally a matter of life or death. And with Jazz Jennings, it was literally a case of they were going to perform the surgeries just after her 18th, but a spot opened up a couple of weeks before her 18th. Her parents gave permission, she gave permission, she underwent the surgeries. She is still living as a woman today. She is happier today than she ever was. She is a prime example that listen to kids if they say they are trans, because you giving them safe parameters to explore themselves could end up it could end up being reversed a couple of years later. They could realize that they don't want to be trans. That's fine. But at least they were given these safe parameters in order to understand that for themselves. And for those who say they're trans, grow up and end up at 18, 19, 20, whatever, end up going through full gender reassignment surgery, they are going to thank you a lot more than if you denied them those safe parameters.
As the kids have been taught that being called trans, non-binary, involves extra attention and special privileges.
Nobody has said that. Nobody is saying that. In fact, calling yourself trans or non-binary actually invites more hatred and more divisive anger at you. So people are more likely to avoid being out as trans or non-binary. So you're just arguing against your own argument.
And this is where we are now. Uncomfortable truths are inconvenient, I realize, but I think this is exactly how we ended up where we are today. And it's bleak. But we have no choice but to keep speaking up. We did not start this bonfire, but we remain bloody determined to watch it burn itself out. So,
I genuinely feel like I'm having aneurysms when I listen to him speak, because everything that he says is just arguing against his own existence. Because everything that he is saying is just rhetoric that was said about LGBT people, like specifically throughout the 60s, the 70s, the 80s, the 90s, the noughties. It's just that over the last few years, because the culture needed a war, they turned it on to trans people. Because being gay was not seen as that big of a deal in order to cause issues. Because they had protections. They had some rights. So, what was their next step? Oh, look, they don't have any right. Well, they don't have as many rights. So, therefore, yes, let's go and attack them.
again, I emphasize, this is what I personally lived through and have observed, and how dare anyone question my lived experience.
No one is questioning your lived experience. They are questioning your public experience. And that includes the fact that you are spouting homophobic rhetoric in order to curry favors with the oppressors. Again, it just comes back to that.
As the saying goes. The pertinent question I wish to pose today is, why are we even here? Why has it been necessary for the LGBT Alliance to come into being? Why are so many gay and bisexual people now so utterly disillusioned with the 2S LGBTQIA+++ community?
Again, pedantic for pedantry reasons. I don't understand it. I'm starting to get a migraine listening to him. Yes, at one point there was the two-spirit LGBTQIA plus community. That's what it was put down as, specifically in Native American communities, because Native Americans saw being two-spirit as a valid form of being somewhere along the queer spectrum, and those who were two-spirit were likely somewhere under the trans umbrella, likely somewhere on the gender fluid, non-binary, gender non-conforming spectrum specifically. So your little jab at that specific line of that specific line of people is just indicative of your extreme ignorance of anybody who doesn't fit your rigid quota of being L, G, and B. And you even said on Twitter about how, the trans people are only properly trans if they call themselves transsexuals. And it's like, no, because that is outdated terminology that has inherent sexual undertones that is antithetical to the trans movement, because it inherently puts into people's minds that it is only being done for sexual reasons. And honestly, I'm going to pause this video here. I need to go and have a nap because my head is banging. I'm going to have a nap. I'm going to get some tablets. I will likely have to do this in another video, trying to finish this off. I've been going for 4.5 hours and I'm less than 10 minutes in. And that is the point. He has left out deliberately a lot of context. He has left out a lot of not only context but scientific basis, not only in terms of just the psychology field being in unanimous affirmation that yes, affirming a trans person is nothing less than net good. The only thing that affirming a trans person will do is net good for that trans person to be open. Because forcing a trans person to be in the closet and even going as far as sending trans people to trans conversion therapies and forcing them to be their assigned sex at birth, if it is showing similar trauma patterns, not only in in day-to-day life, but they can see it on things like is it MRI scans or CAT scans or whichever one it is. That they can see your brain like the way that your brain pattern is, firing and things like that, from your day-to-day lives to that kind of scan, that they can see your like your brain patterns. It is showing similar traumatic patterns to lesbians and gays and even bisexuals who are forced to either present as straight or actually live their lives as straight. So forcing a trans person to be cisgendered is the same traumatizing experience as forcing a LGBT person to be straight. So that is why even more that our communities are inextricably linked. They are inexplicably linked completely at that point when they are showing similar traumatic patterns as each other. That is why our community is and always will be like together. Our community always will be LGB with the T. And I'm just going to end this video here for now. Hopefully my next video, which will be part 2 of this, hopefully that is not as long as this one. I'm hoping that my part 2 will try and be sort of, I just go through it through the last like 10-15 minutes and just basically point to that specific point that he makes, because I am not going to be going into as much detail. I'm just going to basically say, if you want the full detail of why this is wrong or this is like deliberately misleading, you'll have to watch part 1, which will be this video. But for now, I am going to end this video here. Please like, share, comment, subscribe, all that good stuff. I have been Gamer Jamie 111. I have a massive migraine now. My throat is killing me, my jaw is killing me, and I just hate that I have to fight for my own existence so much against my own people. It's tiring, and it is extremely exhausting. And it's tiring and exhausting for me, but I will never stop doing it. One second. And I am back. I have had this jacket for a good couple of years now. I find it exhausting. I find it tiring to fight for my own existence. I will never stop, to the point that I have these on my jacket at all times, which is a Palestine flag, like a Palestine map pin, because Free Palestine. I have a pronoun badge, because at the end of the day, if they don't know how to address me, they do now. I have gender affirming healthcare saves lives, because I, as a psychologist, as a person who trained in trained as a psychologist, I mean, words are beyond me at this point. Shut up. I know that gender affirming healthcare saves lives, because all gender affirming care does not just mean surgeries and hormone replacement. It also means putting somebody into therapy who may need it. It can include therapeutics. It can include just even as little as affirming a person's identity can have massive, massive, like, impacts that is wholly positive. Then I have a trans. I have the Progress Pride flag that does not have the intersex one on, likely because it wouldn't fit on something, unfortunately, this small. But I do have the last updated version, which was the trans flag, the brown and black stripe, as well as the rainbow, which says, "You can be yourself with me." And then this one just says, "Trans rights are human rights." And then, obviously, a trans flower, trans feather. That is for all of the trans people who are unfortunately no longer with us. That is to signify the trans people who unalived themselves, were murdered, all of that. That is basically just like an angel feather with the trans flag on it. So, yeah. I have these on my jacket at all times. I never will take them off. I will have this jacket for the next 10, 15 years. Maybe longer. I don't know. But these will never come off. And if this jacket ever gets destroyed in any way, these will just go on to the next one. And I will never, ever stop advocating for the progression of our society. I may find it exhausting, and I may need to take a couple of hours every day just to sort of ground myself, get back to do some therapeutic breathing exercises, do some therapeutic whatever. Just find a way to ground myself, find a way to center myself, find a way to just try and build myself back up out of the exhaustion and out of the out of that mind space. That might take a few hours, that could even take days. I don't know, because every time is different. But once I am back to that normal range, I will get my arse back out there and I will continue fighting even more. And I will fight stronger, and I will fight harder, and I will fight longer. Because I know that this is the right thing to do. And calling for accountability from people like James is the right thing to do. We are not attacking you. We are just asking for accountability of your homophobic rhetoric that you are disguising as attacks against the trans community. That is it. There is no attacks on you. There is no attacks on women. There is no attacks on LGBT people who are against like the trans community. There is none of that. What is happening though is calling for accountability for those who are attacking us. That is it. Accountability. And until we get people being willing to take accountability for their own actions, their own words, their own rhetoric that is actually more harmful than anything, then we just keep fighting until we get to that point. I've held myself accountable. I've had people holding me accountable. And I'm glad that I have people around me who do. Because if I was just followed, and if I was just, if I was just followed by yes men on things like Twitter, YouTube, any of the other stuff, and I had yes men in my life, whether it be my family, my friends, my partners, if they were all yes men, then yeah, I probably would be in a similar point as James. But because I have people around me keeping me accountable for anything that I say, anything and everything that I say, I'm thankful for that. And that is why I know that what I am doing is right. And it is leading me to fight harder, because the fact is that everything that he has said so far is misinformed, gravely misinformed, and his words are going to encourage more transphobia, and that is going to end up in people who are not trans being attacked and being God knows what else, because it's already started with the harassment. Like I said, a TERF, who is the official terminology is trans-exclusionary radical feminist, but it is actually trans-exclusionary reductive feminist, who was in the bathroom, in a women's bathroom, as a woman without hair. That was her only crime. And she was harassed out of the bathroom. I've read stories of cisgendered women who are over 6 feet tall being harassed out of bathrooms simply because they are assumed to be trans because they're tall. And the female beauty standard that is being used is Eurocentric. So that is a lot of white beauty standards that don't apply to those of other ethnicities. And that has led to people like Iman Khalif being accused of being trans because she doesn't fit the Eurocentric beauty standards of white women. And she doesn't, because she's not a white woman. She's an Arab woman. So it's yeah, she is not going to fit white beauty standards because she's not white. And that's exactly why it all fits in. That's why all bigotry is all fitting in to the same point. Because it's misogynistic by nature, it is homophobic by extension, and it is transphobic by just by the fact that it is the misogyny and the homophobia is being done in the name of transphobia. because they don't want to look at the actual culprits, which are cis, straight, white men. Anyway, I'm gonna end this video here. It is almost 5 hours long. Like, comment, share, subscribe. Be ready for part 2. I'll leave it in the description box once it's uploaded and once it's out. But yeah, like, comment, share, subscribe, all that good stuff. I've been Gamer Jamie 111, and I will see you guys in the next video. Bye.